All right. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Today is Wednesday, February 1st. 2023 is already in full swing. Now we get to write it down, and we get no excuse to write 2023 down on paper. All right. So, welcome and salute to everyone there. Make sure that you like the video right now. If you have not already, go down to that corner of that screen. Like this video right now. Also, subscribe if you have not subscribed already. You know, every single show I ask you if you like what you hear and you want to contribute to the show or the Lapeef Network in general, make sure you do that. But if you cannot do that, I still need something from you. People always need direction, right? So if you want to contribute and you like what you hear, but you can't quite financially contribute, I got something for you to do. Go ahead and hit that share button. Don't leave the stream, though. Hit that share button and share this out to everyone in your Instagram chat. Share this as a news feed on your Facebook posts. If you got TikTok and can share it, do it that way. Let people know this is what you're watching in the morning, and this is what gets you through your workday. We want more people participating in these discussions. The chat is always lit. When I say always, I mean always lit. Shout out to my chat. All right. Shout out to the Lapeef Network in general. All right. So we got another hot topic for you today. As always, when my panelists come up, you know, we have super hot, super engaging panels, very high level conversations over here on the Trigger Mike Show. So stay tuned for that. All right, let's see who we got in the chat over here. Make sure to share this content out. I appreciate it. Talk That Truth Radio. What's up, my guy? Yes, I think this is going to be a dope topic too. You know, we get to the bottom of it on the Trigger Mike Show. Buck Rogers, appreciate that. Maya Thomas, how you doing? AP, always faithful, my man. The Gemini, what's going on? Daryl Long. What's up, my guy? Jordan Landry, always listening. Thank you for the support. Miss Jill, always faithful. The Wife School, hopefully you come up and share some stuff with us on this topic. John the Baptist, I appreciate that. Got a $20 super sticker. Appreciate that, my guy. What's going on, Clement Gray? Thank you for tuning in today. All right, so nephew, for real, what's going on? What's going on? Miss Best, how you doing? What's going on? Make sure everybody currently in the chat, please, if you will, share this content out on your Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. If there's somebody that you like that ain't going to tell on you at work, share this with them and let them know what you're watching. Tell them to put that little earbud in so they can get in on this conversation. We have high-level conversations. I know my name is Trigger Mike. Let me first and say that. I don't trigger people. At least I try not to anyway. That is not why I got that nickname to begin with. All right? That is not why I have that nickname. Most of you know my story and my background. That's why I have this nickname. All right. But these topics that we cover and we discuss, they're not going to be, they're not going to be proofread by some US CBS type conglomerate or anything to be more palatable for the public. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to dig deep in the minds of men and what men are actually thinking. All right. So even if they don't say it out loud because they're trying to keep the peace, we dig up these topics. I bring you topics from the barbershop. Come on now. You ladies been dying your whole life to know what we talk about when y'all not there. While we put, even in the barbershop, while they put that divider up or they space out the salon side and the barber side. So y'all don't know what we talk about. We talk about the barbershop, the real barbershop talking here when no women are present. Ladies, you need this type of direction in your life. Tell women they should not be straying away from this conversation. They need to be intently listening to it. You need to be all ears on this type of topic. All right? How y'all doing? Get my coffee. Yes, it's another cold day in Houston, everyone. I don't know how many of you cold weather people are coming here to visit and bringing the weather with you. Take it back. I'm from the East Coast, all right? I got plenty of winter clothes, but I had to pull this stuff out of storage. What's going on? This is completely uncharacteristic of the Houston area. So I don't know who it was. Any of you East Coasters, you New Yorkers, where my Floridians at? Oh, I'm sorry. That's Florida. But anyway, Virginians, New Jersey people, Philly, what's up? Maryland people, DC, what's going on with y'all? Bringing this weather over here. Bringing this weather over here with y'all. Where my Midwest people at? Chicago. Take that back to where you came from. This is southeastern Texas. We don't do this cold over here. Got me pulling stuff out of storage, hitting it with the Febreze and stuff. Cheese and rice. Y'all got me messed up. All right. So today's topic. Independent women are not strong women. Let me tell you something. My topics are not really just clickbait. I'm going to prove it to you. This is not just clickbait. When I say independent women are not strong women, I'm going to prove it to you. This is not clickbait. So buckle up, strap in, because we're going to get to the bottom of it today. 39 degrees in San Francisco. Oh, you know what? Let me cover something I heard really quick, because I like science now that I'm older. I was actually really good at it up until like 8th grade, but I like science. So our weather is actually going to be different for the rest of our lives. So everything we knew is going to be different. Our magnetic poles have shifted. That is not just a Earth thing. That's a universe thing. Our magnetic poles have shifted. And as a result, the weather everywhere shifts. So this is actually the third, maybe fourth winter in a row where I've been like, it's uncharacteristically cold in Texas. That's because it's going to be cold a little longer than it used to be here because those poles have shifted. So I just found that out, talking geek stuff, with one of my fellow frat brothers. He's a real geek. I'm sorry. He works for like NASA. So he's a geek. I just get the information from him and I share it with all of you. All right. Independent women are not strong women. Let's get into this. Peaches, what's up? I see you. Sir Shy 87, I see you. Jeffrey Woodland, what's going on? Mario Red, what's up? One Queen Lady E, how you doing? Dap DH Harris, what's up? What's up? Love C, what's going on? Mario Red, what's up? Auntie J, you the one who brought this cold with you. You the one that brought this cold with you. I know who did it now. Neo Moses, what's up? Sherwin Thomas, what's up? Always faithful. Hidden Gems, what's going on? Miss Best. All right. On the topic, the modern woman, that's the term we use. And I don't like when people call it a talking point. I think women kind of describe themselves like that too. Women of today's society do a good job in trying to separate themselves from the ancestors because they believe those women were oppressed. So they do their best to slick, they're kind of slick with the way they try to separate themselves from the women they thought were weaker. We're going to get into that too. We definitely going to get into that. But the millennials, most notably, and Gen Z, the Zoomers, as they're called, describe themselves as independent women. These women from these generational groups describe themselves as independent women. We were all here for it. All right. I was a young college dude. Okay. Listening to the songs, dancing around with it. Miss Independent, all of that. Yeah. At the time I was a simp. I'll say it straight to you. I was singing all that BS too. All right. And let me tell you, anybody that goes to college, any dude that goes to college, you're going to be indoctrinated into simp culture. It's all about women on the college campus. Female empowerment, female opportunity, all of that. All right. Luckily, as you get older, you get more conservative. And if you had a good upbringing like I had, you're going to snap out of it real quick. But let's continue. Modern women, which are millennials and Gen Z, describe themselves as independent women. Peaches told me something the other day and said, I'm going to need you to define everything that you're saying so we all know and we all start off on a playing field. I actually read the chat. I listen to you sometimes. If I agree, I'm going to listen because it's improvement, right? We all should be for self-improvement. So thank you for that, Peaches. I'm going to define what the Urban Dictionary defines as an independent woman. An independent woman is a confident, self motivated woman who takes responsibility for her actions and never blames the rest of the world for her mistakes or her downfalls. I'm going to stop right there and take a sip of my coffee. Do y'all need me to read it again? Put a 1 in the chat if you think I should read the definition again and you feel the same thing that I feel. If you know what I'm going to say after this, go ahead and try to guess it in the chat really quick. I'm going to read the definition again for you. An independent woman is a confident, self-motivated woman who takes responsibility for her actions and never blames the rest of the world for her mistakes or her downfalls. Fellas, ladies, and gentlemen, does that sound like the women you know? Let me know in the chat. If that is what an independent woman is supposed to be defined as, by that definition alone, you ladies are not independent women. By that definition alone, y'all are miscategorizing yourselves. That's crazy. We see daily, if not hourly, or by the minute, women projecting blame for everything they do in this sphere, in the house, out in the world, at work. Women don't accept blame for anything. They don't take responsibility for anything. That's not even a shot. That's just what it is. If somebody's going to be responsible, a man better not even look in a woman's way. She not taking responsibility. She going to quit the damn job before she takes responsibility. By that definition alone, most of these women are not even living what they preach. They are not independent women. That is the Urban Dictionary definition, by the way. There are a few other ones kind of alluding around the same thing, but I like Urban Dictionary because, you know, it kind of gives a little stank on it, on their definitions. All right. Why do women believe that they're independent? And when we drop that link, I want y'all to come up and, you know, this is not even just something that we're going to debate. I want to hear people make the case, men and women alike, as to why women need to be independent, women are independent, whatever, what have you. Change my mind. Prove me wrong. Or, you know, just come on and debate. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. I don't know everything. I have my opinions and a platform, and you can share it. Absolutely, you can share it to share your opinions as well. Why do women believe they are independent? Well, I did a short on my page a few weeks ago with the same title as this show. And I outlined, I believe I did a good job, but I outlined exactly the steps and the occurrences leading up to women in this independent movement in our society. So, most notably, women brag about being educated, do they not? Women have taken over our colleges and universities. Many women, more women than ever in our society, in history, have degrees. Clap for them. I wouldn't have it any other way. And I am not being facetious. Clap for them. All right. Women also flooded the workforce. I mean, swiftly flooded the workforce. If I'm not mistaken, I have seen reports, surveys, and data that says more women are in the workforce by percentage than men are. Mostly because men go to jail way more than you. Way more men are in jail. Men die before you. So by numbers alone of grown women and grown men, the number of women in the workforce outnumber the number of men in the workforce. Clap for him. All right? Not being facetious. I'm clapping. Excellent job. But ladies, I got to let y'all know something. With changing times come changing circumstances. Welcome to adulthood. That going to school and or going to work is being an adult. Being able to take care of yourself is being an adult. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is what you're supposed to do. The times have changed. What is necessary for us to have life and sustain ourselves has changed. If you have the ability and the advantage, take it. That is what adults do. So that's why I'm clapping for you. I believe you should have all of that. God be so good that you live in a nation that lets you have all of that. Take full advantage. I am not playing around. Take full advantage. But feminism lied to you, ladies. They told you that you were oppressed by your men. That is not true. That is not what happened. Ladies, you got to understand that we wanted you to partake in all of it. The average American man has no problem. In fact, we seek out educated women. We seek them out. We have our children in mind. This woman will be a great mother. Imagine the things she could teach our daughter. Imagine the things she could teach our son. We seek you out. We don't run from you. I don't know who told you that lie. I want my woman to be educated. Y'all tripping. I don't know who told you that. Feminism lied to you and told you we were scared of you. Shit. They told you we were oppressing you. But as I always say, go find me one law that a black man wrote to oppress a black woman, and we will wait for it. We'll wait for that answer. Black women in general had no business joining the feminist movement. You were the most married people in the United States of America prior to 1960. No business joining that movement at all. Your men weren't oppressing you. We want you, ladies, to partake fully in everything society has to offer. But you were never supposed to use your education as a dagger to stifle our family unit. You were never supposed to use your education to separate from our family unit. Your success is my success. My success is your success. You were not supposed to use your success to compete with me. You were supposed to use your success to help me, to help our family unit. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Ladies, your education, your prowess, your ingenuity, your innovation was supposed to be an asset to your family, not a liability, not a dagger for you to throw against us and say, I'm out. I can do this on my own. If you need more proof, one of the first things we learned in grade school, elementary school, strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Independent doesn't sound like those people who use that term have many numbers. You do not have strength in numbers. Let me give you more proof as to why I believe independent women are not strong women, and we'll continue the conversation from there. Listen up, everybody. This is going to be a clip for you, by the way. Being independent is synonymous with being alone. Being alone is synonymous with being vulnerable. Being vulnerable is synonymous with being weak. A weak woman is no good to anyone. Do you understand why I say independent women are not strong women? To other women out there, to the women who stayed down as a member of the group and serve the partnership, the alliance with the group, those are the strong women. They look at you alone, vulnerable. You're weaker than them, not stronger. You cannot amass what they amass. You can't build what they build because you're alone and they are not. You feel it. Don't let me tell you. You feel everything I'm saying. If you're a woman who has been believing this in your 20s, and now you have gone to getting into your 30s, you feel everything I'm saying. You starting to change your habits, your likes, your dislikes, the things that you tolerate are starting to change naturally. And you see yourself struggling to keep up with that narrative of the past. You want a man in your life to help you take care of things. You want somebody to be in charge of you. You want somebody to take care of something every once in a while so you don't have to. Now you're realizing I'm not strong at all. This woman that prioritized that man is way stronger than me. She got the life I want. You're not strong. We have been indoctrinated in this gynocratic society. The men I'm talking about. The men have been indoctrinated in this gynocratic society to agree with whatever ideologies and beliefs that women have. So if you are a man sitting here today thinking that you like independent women, you're lying to yourself. You were indoctrinated to believe that. You don't like no damn independent woman. Well, my mama was an independent woman. Your mama didn't like being an independent woman. She put on a brave face. Or not. Some of y'all mamas talk hella trash about your daddy. Being an independent woman does nothing for you. When it is all said and done, being independent is synonymous with being alone. It does nothing for you. What has it bred for you in society? Divorce, pride, arrogance, manipulation, masculinity. In fact, women can't even be masculine. You just have to act masculine. You're rough around the edges now. You ruined all your marital prospects, behaving like an independent woman. Listen, I'm going to tell you why men, before I bring my panelists up, I see y'all in the back. Why don't men like independent women? Let me tell you. Men need to be needed, ladies. It's biological. Don't sit here and say, well, why do men need to be needed? It is biological. I need purpose. It gives me a renewed spirit to know that I'm doing something, to see my family every day living under the provision and protection I provide. That is my happiness. I need to be needed. It's biological. Don't shame me for it. Why the hell would I want to give my all to a woman who claims she don't need me? That's idiotic. Men need to stop it. Well, I'm looking for an independent woman. No, you're not. You're going to regret it. The woman you're supposed to be with. Listen, man, I went to a wedding. It got to be 10 years ago. I don't cry, and I didn't cry. I was about to. This woman, before she even came out, gave her husband a whole speech. He didn't even see her yet. The speech basically said, I need you. Dude bawling before she even walked out, before he even saw her in the dress. He bawling, crying. Y'all better understand this. Men need to be needed. We don't want no damn independent woman. Let me bring my panelists up. Good morning to everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, everybody? John the Baptist in the house. We got CEO UT. We got Moses DTX, Marriage, Politics, and Sports, and Auntie J. Auntie J about to drop fire. I know she is. John the Baptist, I'm going to let you go first. What you got on the top overall? Good morning, Auntie J.
I love your platform, Mike. I've been missing it because I've been, I work from home. Good morning to the panelists, everybody. I work from home, so I'm hella tired because I've been under the weather, but life goes on.
Are we going to see big shifts?
I got you.
Life goes on, honey.
Yes, ma'am. All right, John the Baptist, good morning. What you got on the topic so far, sir?
Good morning, Trigger, Mike, and to the panel. How y'all guys doing today?
What's up?
All right.
Good.
All right. Independent woman can only exist in a first world state as we live in now. I traveled not across the world, but a few countries, and Mexico is one of them. And a large part of Mexico is considered third world, if not all of it. Most of what I've seen anyway. And I don't see this mentality of an independent, strong woman in those areas. And one of the reasons why I don't exist is because when a world is not developed, you have to fight the elements to survive. In order to fight the elements to survive, you need someone. Men need women for certain things in that environment, and women need men for certain things in that environment. And one of the things that the women need in Mexico in that environment is, well, if there's no streets, how do I get around? If there's no food, how do I get the food? Who's going to bring it in? I literally see homes they were building. It take them 10, 15 years to build a home. And they might be living in that home. And when I say a home, I'm not talking about like a home that we live in America. I'm talking about like a hut structure, almost like a mud frame. I'm like, this is different. It's a different lifestyle. So yeah, I'm gonna be brief because I don't want to take up time. But yeah, I think it's oxymoronic to make that statement. Don't believe that women should aspire to be strong or independent. When you strive to live that way, it makes you weak.
Mike, can I push back?
We were gonna go around, Auntie J. You know what? Go ahead, push back. Shoot, let's do it.
Or you want to go around?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, some of us out here, females, we didn't have our fathers in our life. My father passed when I was 15. So I had my mother in my ear always telling me those words. You got to be able to take care of yourself. You don't need a man, etc., etc. So in my head, that meant independent. All you women independent? So with that being said, in my old world, I thought independence was a strength. You can pay your own bills, you can take care of yourself. A man was just extra, if that's what I wanted to do. But now that I'm married all these years, 19, going on 20, April the 23rd, it'll be 20. No, I'm not independent. I don't want to be independent. I need my husband. I didn't know these things. But when your thinking is warped, you believe those things. You believe you don't need a man to help you with nothing because you basically got everything. You know what I'm saying? And you achieve those things without him. So in your head, you believe you're strong. You don't know that the man's not looking for a woman for her strength. You don't know that a man is not looking for a woman for her money. You don't know those things. I didn't know those things. So yeah, we when you get on the word independent, being self-sufficient, it is a weak word. It is, because at the end of the day, everybody needs somebody.
Yep. CEO DMP, good morning to you.
Good morning, brother.
What you got on the topic so far?
All right, and I know there's kind of different levels to approaching this, and that the context is important, you know what I'm saying, based on in a society that's already been established and developed a woman's ability to kind of decide or choose to be independent. But I wanted to kind of start at the bottom, and just like something I wrote down was the ability to establish and maintain the infrastructure required to enable and sustain an environment in which she or he may be able to survive and succeed independently. You know what I'm saying? And that's when women, when you start getting women who believe that they are truly independent and don't need a man, but they're not realizing that the very environment in which you live in, the things that have been established, the water, the security, the you know, all of this, if this was to fall or collapse, independent of men, do women believe that they have the ability to reestablish, to rebuild such an environment in which they can alone survive and succeed independently of men? You know what I'm saying? And that's what they got to be careful about when they give them this concept of independent woman. Yes, after men have fought in the wars, conquered the enemies, taken over the territory, the lions, tigers, bears, and subjected all of that, and then built this little haven for you within which you can now move around independently of a man, because we set it up for you. Men created this safe environment, this safe haven in which you can move around under the concept or belief that you are moving independently. But really, so much has to be done or had to be done in order to create that safe environment. And if you were to ever experience an environment outside of that, you would realize that you would not make it too far without the help or assistance of men, or independently of men.
Facts.
That was awesome.
Damn. I mean, I had to strike out 3 questions while you were talking because you covered it better than I could. But kudos. I mean, you 100% right. Moses DTX, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I hope everybody's doing well. So, first thing comes to my mind about this independent stuff with the women in America, you know, it's like first world problems, like my man said. The problem is, we get to the root of this. It's just that the problem is not taught that they are not purposeful alone. The purpose is for a man to be with the man, because let's be honest, the man needs the woman, right? Especially when we need them from our help, because that's the help we get from them to give us the support we need, especially when it's doing things, leading the family. That will always be the biggest thing we will never forget, because women are not purposeful alone. It's like being without peanut butter without jelly. You know what I'm saying? It's like peanut butter can't say they're independent. It was made to be with the jelly, right? I'll keep it simple like that, because some people may not understand it. But the thing is, I think God made it so clear that the woman's coming from the rib, right? By our side. You know what I'm saying? You think about a man, he's full as Adam, right? Adam is full without his wife now, because he's full without her, but he's not fully until he's with her. And that's because that's the emotional side. We need that from a woman to keep us grounded. Like I said yesterday, a woman connects a man to his heart, and he connects her heart to her mind. She has to have that balance, the yin and the yang. But the thing is, we don't get that talk these days. Like I said, today's times have changed, but the problem is we're not getting that full conversation for the infrastructure of a wife and a husband. Those are plans of God, never changing. It will always go back to that biology that women need a man, and you were purposeful for a man, and man was made for God, in that order.
Indeed. Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports, good morning. Mr. Payne, you there? All right, we're going to give him some time. Sparkle, my lovely, how you doing this morning? That was terrible. That was terrible.
Afternoon for me in London, but yeah, I think first of all, Mike, great topic. I think where there's a disparity is that women tend to look at things in the here and now, and men tend to look at things big picture. Now, in the here and now, yeah, we can get by, we can pay bills, we can feed ourselves and all the rest of it. Big picture, there's not really room for independence. And because, like I always say, we'd be lying to ourselves if we said we don't need men. And case in point, the majority of women who say that they are independent women have a stack of men in the friend zone that they utilize for certain things. If they need someone to come around and be the handyman, or if they need someone to take them and, you know, if they're moving house or whatever the case may be. And to be frank, what pisses me off is that the majority of people who push the independent woman narrative are women who aren't independent women. They're married. All them singers that are talking about independent women and single ladies, this and that, are all married, from the Beyoncés to the Cardi B's to whoever. They don't operate in that. I come from a place of, if you're going to listen to people who practice what they preach. All this to me it goes in line with all the stats that say women make the most consumer decisions. And we've bought into that. We've consumed it. We've bought the narrative that we can be independent and do it all. But the proof isn't in the pudding. You know, we need to look at what the results yield. Most of these women who at a point have said, oh, I'm independent and I love it, end up hitting a wall, and then in their later years turn around and say, I wish I'd have got married. Maybe I should have had a child or whatever. And so, yeah, I just think there's a lot of hypocrisy with this point that women think they can be independent. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So I don't know. I might have to bring y'all up last because y'all making me strike out all my questions. So you brought up the very thing that I was going to bring up next, which are the people who push independence hypocrites, because it is Beyonce that pushes it, right? Like every
Absolutely
big
did.
song, it's like, do you not realize these women go home to their husbands after talking this trash to you? So crazy. Excellent point made there.
It was the other way
Black
around for me. I didn't see the man the other way around for me. I didn't see the married woman as independent. I always saw the married woman as being controlled.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Black Sheep.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yeah, you got a little static. You may want to, let me see if I can. Just a little static.
I think women need a certain level of independence, and they need to they need to show that in some way. Because if we marry women, right,
Mm-hmm.
our lives are finite, and they need to show a level that they could actually take care of themselves without us.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
No, not only does it make sense, what you're basically asking for is already baked into the cake. You're asking for women to be mature and to be adults. And
yeah,
through a partnership with a man, she's absolutely going to learn those things, right? You take care of things, you handle business together, right? Man is the leader of the house. Woman does help like lead the children in a sense. She's going to learn all of this through life. There's no way you can spend 40 years, 50 years in a marriage and not learn how to take care of things, right? So that's baked into the cake. But to describe it as independence, as we can see, the overarching cloud on this conversation is that women are extremely impressionable. You better be careful what you say to them because they will take it and run with it. Independence, remember, that's why I gave that definition the way I did. They do not understand what is synonymous with what they are saying and pushing out there. When you use the word independent, is that not synonymous with being alone? What are the other narratives that they push along with independence? I can do it by myself. Every other thing they stack in that narrative has to do with them being apart from you. So you better be careful how you phrase things to women. My cousin told me something once, and it was kind of like about my parents. I was asking a question like, damn, how do you get? It was his parents' 50th anniversary. At his parents' 50th anniversary, they've been married since they were 16. He said, like, damn, how do you keep a woman in this day and age? with you that long. He said, be careful how you celebrate things about her that have nothing to do with you. He celebrated that woman as his wife. When you out here bigging up your woman about her work ethic, you're just playing up her mind to leave your ass. He's not saying disparage her or keep her under your thumb. You let her know what you appreciate her for, what your biggest expectations of her are. That's to be a good wife and a good mother.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Is your wife a college graduate?
Master's prepared, indeed.
Did you not congratulate her on that achievement at all?
Of course I did.
So when you say you should be careful on congratulating your wife on things that has nothing to do with you, what do you mean?
I mean, do not make the narrative about her career bigger than what is necessary for her to do in this home. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So my biggest appreciation of her is the wife role first, the mother role second. In fact, the career comes last. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, I guess
Yeah.
I just misunderstood what you were talking about for a second. My apologies.
No worries.
I wanted to chime in and add a couple of different perspectives. Is first of all, it's like when we get on the women, we have to be careful, like to where we're not giving them a way out or a way to back out of it, because as a nationalist perspective, as I told you, I'm a Black nationalist. All right. So I always look at it strategically, tactically, you know what I'm saying? And we got to understand the agenda that was, you know, put into our community back from when they had, I forgot what they call it, when they were kind of giving them housing in order to kind of push the man out. You know what I'm saying? Then we had the situation where once we were part of the Black Power movement, and then the feminists, the white women came and got the Black women and stuff, you know what I'm saying, and pulled them out of that. And all this is basically what I'm saying is the overall structure can be kind of injecting this sense of entitlement or sense of independence as a way to destabilize Black economy, Black society, by causing these narratives that lead to these gender wars and these indifferences and stuff. And the women might not understand that they've got you out here feeling like you independent and you can really, for instance, they say they're educated and they're getting jobs. How do they know that they are not hiring you and refraining from hiring Black men to destabilize, to basically put the power into your hands, knowing that the women does not actually know how to utilize those resources strategically for the building of the nation? So if you want to destabilize the Black population, don't stop hiring so many of the Black men. Hire more of the Black women, because that puts the resources going into that particular society in the hands of the women. And rather than using those resources to buy land, build infrastructure, or compete with white economy or etc., they'll use it just to incorporate and have fun and enjoy the society as it is. Now they have control of the money. They can choose, instead of buying land or building infrastructure or focusing on nationalism, they got the control to make sure that they're just buying Benzes and Bentleys and bags and whoop-de-whoop, and that overall cripples our economy as Black people in America. That's just another perspective, and I'll pause and then throw another one in later.
To add on to what CEO is saying is, with our culture, our race are the only ones where you see where they promote the woman over the man. And what that entail does, it weakens the woman's state, because if we ever went to war, you can't fight men. If it came down to a battle of food or survival, you can't outmaneuver men. And it also weakens us as a people, because now we're divided. Anytime you divide something, you cannot stand strong. And so there's no benefit in trying to be independent. It's not benefit to a man to be independent.
Mm-hmm.
I think most men understand that. We're not looking to be independent. We're looking to coexist. I don't even want to use the word coexist. I think that's the wrong word to use. We're actually looking to partner up and to marry, because we understand the benefits of marriage.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're not really looking for partnership. That's just not going to work. Relationship is not just a partnership. It's actually it doesn't make sense that way, because that doesn't really flow well with the way things been back in the day. We got to look at the bigger picture that if we're going to be the men, we have to lead, and there's going to have to be a follower. We can't be two leaders. There can't be two heads. That the ideal situation is having the standard that was created from the beginning to create that opportunity again. We're looking for that person to fit that narrative that we're pushing, is have a family. That has always been the case for us men. Because I look at every woman I come across, if they're quality for that standard. If not, I'm moving on. That's just what it is.
Absolutely. Mr. Walker, good morning.
Good morning, folks. I just come from the dinner, so please excuse me if my voice is a little slow.
No worries, no worries. What you got on the topic so far? What are your thoughts?
Oh man, yes. Definitely independent women are not happy and they are not strong. I think I've seen it on a couple channels, and my wife said it best. There's no glory in having or being forced into a position to be an independent, strong, Black woman, because there's hurt and lack in that title. I feel like a lot of women are forced into a position where they have to be independent or strong, and that's just not the natural way of things. That's not going to create a fulfilled woman at the end of her life.
Absolutely.
I think Sparkle said, women think short term and men think more long term. If you get you a right-minded man and he's thinking long term, and that's where that thought process comes from. Yeah, you can make it look good for now with your with your Gucci and Louis and your little Benz. That's dope. That's dope. But when it's all said and done, when you reach the end of your life, and we all will, we all got to be looking for fulfillment, and we got to move accordingly.
Hey, salute Trigger Mike, and salute to the panel. Can I say this? I disagree that nowadays that women are forced to be independent. I believe that maybe at one time, probably about 20 years ago, there were a lot of women that were in situations where they had to take care. At the same time, I believe like right now, it's a situation where they've been doing it so long and they don't mind doing it. And a lot of them would prefer doing it. So now they have taken that position upon themselves.
If I can interject.
Wait a minute. I was about to say that listen to this. If I would have never got married, right? I wouldn't have never known this. I wouldn't have never known about the independent streets. I would have kept doing what I was doing, thinking the same way, doing the same thing, looking at you all in the same way as extra gravy. I don't necessarily need you, but I want you when I want you, that type of thing. So when we say independence, it comes with a whole lot, but when I'm listening to the way Mike, tells it, I'm thankful for his commentary, because I was all of that, what he said about independence. But you don't know it, Mike. You don't know it. You don't know in actuality you weak, because all you're familiar with is being able to take care of yourself and take care of your children alone if you need to, It was what we saw our grandmothers and them do.
Okay, agreed. Israel already spoke. Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports.
Yeah, I'm over here talking at the bit.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Listen, women saying that they're independent is a very definition of cognitive dissonance. And if you look at the definition, right, it says the state of having inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, and attitudes, especially as relating to behavioral decisions and attitude changes. I mean, it's like a perfect definition, right? Because they say this, but they understand empirically that they're not independent. You can't live that way. You know what I mean? I'm looking at different places, but so they kind of say it, but when they say it, it's just like when they say they don't need a man. They understand that that's.
Damn.
What happened? Okay, there you go. It's back.
Something Marriage, Politics, and Sports is saying is just literally kind of coming off of where I was about to go. I think what's happening is that, look, nothing happens by happenstance. Things either happen as a consequence to something or by design. And it's very clear to me that women have been propagandized by the feminist movement to think that we don't need men, we don't like men, we don't want men, and the patriarchy and men are all against us. Truth be told, when you sit a woman down and you break it down, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just repeating like parrots these talking points that they've heard in the news or magazines and so forth. And they, you know, they sit there and they say, oh, I'm independent, whatever, whatever. But when you break it down, what do they mean by that? Okay, I have a job. I have a place to live. I can support myself. But do they want to? Because you have all these women who sit there saying, oh, I'm an independent woman, but yet they're still crying into their tub of ice cream because they're single, or they're, you know, or they're out there on the app swiping, looking, trying to get dates, or they're panicking because the biological clock's ticking. They don't even buy into it themselves. It's just they've been propagandized to repeat the rhetoric. When you really make them think about this, it doesn't make no sense. Very few women. I've met a handful of women who outright don't want kids, don't want to be married, because for whatever the reason. I've met a handful of them, and many of them still end up relying on their parents financially or other family members to assist them, whatever the case may be. This is why I think feminism is evil. It's anti-men, it's anti-women.
She's preaching the gospel, Trigger Mike. Go ahead, girl.
Hey, feminism. So y'all need to go and check out my very first stream. Feminism is not just evil. I believe feminism is the Antichrist.
No
I
doubt.
agree.
From the devil, no doubt.
I agree.
From the devil.
The thing is, it
I
doesn't
never
benefit
bought
anyone.
into
it. Speaking the gospel.
Feminism is anti-men, and it's technically against women. It
And
doesn't
salute
benefit
to Jordan
anyone.
Landry in the chat. Thank you.
Can you say that's the same thing about the manosphere?
No,
No,
absolutely
no,
not.
absolutely.
I think you can.
Absolutely not.
Let me explain
Because
what
the manosphere pushes that all women are hoes and they will leave you at the drop of a dime.
No. Go ahead, Trigger Mike. Let Trigger Mike rock.
Let me explain why I say this, and maybe we'll change the narrative about. I believe feminism is the Antichrist. Here's why. Men throughout time, we don't give ourselves enough credit. That's men throughout time have conquered everything in the name of keeping society progressing and moving forward. Anything you put in our way, you read in history, we overcame it. We pushed through it. We took care of the women, even when the salary was less than $1 a day. We made it work, and here we are. We push through anything to keep society moving forward. Even if it means we have to kill, we will do it. So when you look at what is going to stop society and bring the prophesied destruction, because the destruction of society is the destruction of men. Do we not agree? If you're going to stop progress, you have to stop men.
Absolutely.
What is the one thing we are not willing to kill?
Our women.
Our women. That is why feminism is the Antichrist. When the devil is inside your own home, corrupting it from the inside out, that is the one thing we're not willing to kill.
But here's the issue, though. Feminism has told women what to think. If it was really pro-women, it would teach you to be critically thinking and to think for yourself.
Right. And to your point, Sparkle, there was what's that thing? Those panels that they have. What was it called? Trigger Mike, where they have that round circle and they're talking. I don't know the name of the panel, but anyway.
8 at the table.
The red table.
No. I know it's not that. I think it's
conversation.
The one that Aaron spoke about the other day. But anyway, so they was talking about feminism, and the crazy thing is it's so tied into that alphabet movement, that those alphabets, right? That you had the alphabet people trying to tell biologically born women that they were not true feminists. Absolutely astounding. It was the most amazing thing ever, where you had these engineered women, these transformers.
I think that was the Jubilee panel. I think that was Jubilee.
Well, transformers, as you will, and they were really literally telling these women that were born women, hey, you guys don't understand and you don't know. And they were like, wait a minute, like, what are you talking about? It's absolutely insane, man.
I want to add on to that. Biblical text in Romans chapter 1 that talks about that, the reprobate mind. And what it does is like it paints this picture as I read every time I read that text. You buy into the lie so much that you actually believe the lie. You believe that women are men and men are women, and then you believe that the sexual acts and the perversion things that you do, whether it be sex or lying, stealing, or killing, you buy in so much to it that you think that's normal. And so what happens is God gives you over to your reprobate mind, and you believe your own lie that men can have babies, that men can actually have babies.
When they have their own.
I'm not trying to get you. I'm not sure. I'm not really versed in what YouTube allows. If I just messed up your show, I'm not trying to. So I was right.
That seemed pretty clean to me. Go ahead, keep going.
So yeah, so that's the thing. Like we've set up a society where kids are coming into this world and they don't even know what a man is supposed to be and what a woman is supposed to be. We are erasing the lines of what it should look like to be a man and what it should look like to be a woman.
Right. And they're taking the gender roles. Right.
They're going to school and learning to be confused. Yeah. And I'll shut up.
Yeah, a lot of children out
No,
here.
you're right, John the Baptist. You're 100% right. 100%.
All right, let me read these super chats. All right, $2 shy, Sir Shy 87, $2. Lala Anthony is not stronger than Savannah James. That is a fact. I don't know what that lady out here doing right now.
100.
What is going on with those cheeks? And I mean the ones on her face. John the Baptist, $20. Appreciate that. Clement Gray, $5. Women must be dependent upon God as well as the man dependent upon God. When you pull away from God, at that point, you have become independent of God. You lose. No argument here. John Doe, $5. I appreciate it. If you have to announce that you're strong and independent, then you are not strong and independent. Hey, that is a fact.
You gotta announce the whole room just to let everybody know. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is a fact. Real Bravado Network, I appreciate it. $10. Overhyping her accomplishments will always backfire. She will end up believing her own press. Trigger Mike, these topics are fire. Hey, thank you. That's exactly what we were trying to say. Mr. Black Sheep, it's not that you overlook or devalue. That is really the word. I don't think anybody here is saying devalue a woman's accomplishment. She earned that. And you heard me say in the monologue, clap for her. That's what you're supposed to do. But your accomplishments are supposed to make you a better asset to this family. Never should they make you a liability or make you see yourself as somebody who is a part or separate from this family. Because if you really want it, let's get into this before I ask this question. Have you ever noticed that women give themselves grace that men don't even have? Is the husband independent of his family? Is he ever allowed to be or behave like he is? No.
And we don't seek to be.
Absolutely.
We don't even seek to be. So why on earth I'm working like this and paying these bills because I have to. I don't even need applause for it. We don't get celebrated for it.
That's right.
So why am I going to sit here and be like, oh, my baby's a CEO? No, that is literally adding fuel to the fire and giving her more fuel to leave me and destroy our family. Absolutely.
Hey, listen, Trigger Mike.
But here's the question, Mike. Here's the real question. Why do women need to downplay a man's achievements in order to upscale hers?
That's the feminist. That's the feminist in them. A black woman took feminism and put it on steroids. But the truth of the matter is, what we're seeing is the difference between men and women and how we move in the world. Like men, when we have families, we understand that it's our responsibility and duty to take care of the family. And a woman kind of knows that, but that's not how she moves in the world. That's why she likes to take more personal credit. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, men are there to be the woman's order to her chaos,
No, but
and that's just the way it is.
There is something wrong with her. Wait. There is something wrong with her. There is something wrong with her taking all the credit. And it's like they're David Ruffin and we are the Temptation. You know what I'm saying?
No, you did not. All right. I got a question. Africo Pop, mommy, I see you in the back. I'm gonna ask the question and I'm gonna drop down to bring you up. All right. First question. If all women, half of the women in the United States are projected to be single by 2030. That's what, 7 years away. Half of the women in the United States are going to be single. What does their future look like if they describe themselves as an independent woman? We're going to start with CEO DMP, and we're going to go around.
Man, that question's kind of weird. It's almost you got to ask again because, you know, just that perspective that you're coming from.
Got you. If you're a woman and you are still single by 2030, what does your future look like as an independent woman? Like, what's the outlook? Like, you know, they're not getting married anymore.
That's a weird
really
question, though, because with the context, I mean, 2030, given IT, I'm in the IT field, a lot of automation and globalization, which is enabling a lot of individuals to handle themselves and really conduct, you know, small businesses, even individual entrepreneurs can compete with large scale businesses now, you know what I'm saying? So like, due to the technology that in the particular society that we're in, as an independent woman, you know, she might be empowered. She might be enabled to be there in the future.
Got you. You know what? Let me strike that question because I'm gonna take a class soon on how to write better questions. Let me ask this one.
I was wondering if you meant unmarried or single.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a class on how to write better questions. I promise. Let me give y'all this one. How did the culture of independence ruin families? How did the culture of independence ruin families? CEO DMP, we'll start with you.
The culture of independence ruined families by it's like the independent culture like separates you from family where you believe that you're surviving alone. I think about it like an ant colony or a beehive or something like that, where every life is a part of the collective. Every life, its purpose is to be of service to the collective. And just imagine within a beehive or an ant, that one ant that decides to go off and just kind of enjoy its own individual life. And it's like by doing that, its life loses value. Like you're meant to be a part of the Black family, the Black collective, our generation to generation, this struggle, this plight that we're going on. When you separate from that, we gave birth to you. You're from this population. You're a part of our population. You're a member of our people. But you go off and you're basically living a life to where you might as well be a white person, or you might as well be a Mexican. I mean, nothing about your life is of benefit to your people. Like we gave you life. You came from this body. You took that life that we gave you, and you ultimately lived it in a way that was of no benefit to your people and will do nothing for the future of your people. You was just out here clubbing and enjoying it and buying things and whoop-de-whoop and basically doing what the agenda wanted you to do, or, you know, buy this, be a consumer and everything. But in no way, shape, or form were you a member of the family, were you a member of the collective, or you get what I'm saying, though. I got a whole lot of words to use, so sometimes I got to narrow it down, but you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Are you referring to women or men when you say all that?
Tell you the truth, that's what I was gonna say earlier. I refer to both because, like, even independence, we got a lot of men who say we're independent and stuff like that, right? But at the same time, as Black men, we say we run our families, we say we're running things, but say the economy crashed. Say the COVID virus hit and really knocked white folk out there. How many of us who right now, because we have these jobs with white America, because we are able to drive trucks or do whatever for white folk, take away their abilities, how many of us are actually competent and capable and able to actually rebuild our nation and be independent of? Because even us Black men today, we get our water, our clothes, our food, everything. We're dependent on white men in a way, white society.
Hey, CEO, can I push back for a second?
Yes, sir.
I'm not totally saying to disagree with your point that you're making. I just want to maybe add some context to it, maybe for discussion.
Yes, sir.
All things being equal, if times went to the worst, I do believe that men and women both would struggle. But I think for the natural makeup of a man, he would have a better chance of surviving.
Definitely. I don't agree with you at all about that.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to make sure that I was trying to clarify. Were you saying that? I think you're saying that both would struggle, but I guess the question would be who would rebound quicker? Who would adapt?
But wait, y'all know the crazy thing. If we got to that, the truth is we would realize how much we really need each other.
I
If we
agree.
got back to that primal instinct, we would really identify and understand how much we really are interdependent and how much we really need one another.
Israel, don't
what I
disagree
was
with
saying-
that. That's why I was trying to push them back. Okay, go ahead. You got CEO. Go ahead, CEO.
Just real quickly, because I see Trigger Mike. What I was trying to say is basically like this. To me, I feel like we're like straddling the fence when it comes to if we're either going to be nationalists and we're going to be about the people and building for the future, or we're going to be just integrated into American society. If we're not going to be nationalists and what the women are doing and saying with being independent, I don't see nothing wrong with it. If we're not collectively going to say as Black people we're nationalists and everything that we're doing is for the next generation, then you yourselves, we're just participating in European society. We're just buying houses, buying cars, having fun, talking shit, you know what I'm saying, enjoying our lives, but collectively we're not doing anything for the next generation. Me as a nationalist, and I'm kind of being the devil, me as a nationalist, I would kind of pick fights with brothers and sisters on the panel and say that brothers like me are actually fighting for the next generation, where brothers and sisters like y'all are just, you know what I'm saying, participating in the very society that's oppressing us. Like you're not nothing that you guys make your money and you show your watches and you show your jewelry and you come on have these conversations and you gender war and you talk about the women, but y'all are not really participating in building the nation as I am. Y'all not really concerned about the future as I am. So that's why I'm trying to shake it up a little bit, but be peaceful and not beef with the panel and shit. But
we got
And
you. All right.
Can we go to the next one?
Hold on. We're gonna go into the next one. We're gonna go around. Everybody's gonna get their time on the particular question. Moses DTX, how did the culture of independence ruin the family structure?
So first thing comes to mind, hearing my brother CEO speak, I think he said some things I agree with and I disagree with. But I think the bigger things we should look at is what do we pour into the next generation, which is true. We should be thinking about that because this right now is a plague in our community. Because like I said, we don't see many other cultures picking this up. Even Africa, where my family's from, we don't hear that in West Africa. That is not taught there because the women there value their men as an asset. And now being in a Western society as the first child born from a family in America, we don't get taught that in these homes here. And the thing is, a lot of cultures are being lost in that who are following that formula. As long as they continue to teach that, many women will fall to the wayside into that mindset. But the biggest thing I think we did have to learn from is just knowing you cannot make this life alone. The life we have gotten from the man above is really giving us opportunity to learn that we got to create new life to create the next generation. We can't build strong communities from weak families. All these families come from a place where we're having a healthy home. Even if they're pushing against us with this whole the LGBT and all that stuff, I don't really have anything to say on them because I know one thing is true. I will not teach that in my family to be acceptable, but we have to understand that is a choice that many have to choose to understand that independence is not going to teach them that. And I think the biggest thing they're not going to understand later until 2030 is that the more of them are single, they're going to be chasing that certain percentage of men, the 20%, I think they're saying that they'll only choose. They say every other man's not good enough, and then they'll still be alone and still not realizing the more years you add on the loan, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And I'm not going to make that sound good because it's true. Your independence is going to keep you back from your full potential as a human being. And you're not going to see that better life as you chase that life from the society and make these companies richer as they get bigger. And you're not going to make your family stronger for your generation to pass on through your bloodline and your DNA. That's all I got to say.
Bet. Auntie J, how did the culture of independence ruin the family structure?
What you say, Mike? What was the question again?
How did the culture of independence ruin the family structure?
Oh, okay. It ruined the family structure because when you're independent, you think your own way. And your way is the way that it is. You don't have to ask a husband, a helpmate. You don't have to refer back to them. When you think independent, you come home, you take your clothes off, you might be ready to take a shower or something. You don't have to be concerned about somebody else being in the shower. I'm just speaking little things. When you independently thinking, you thinking I can cook for myself. I don't have to cook for a man. I never bought into the feminist, none of that. because I know that I'm not equal to a man. Never have I thought I was, but I thought that I didn't need him. I just thought I didn't need him. And so independence is dangerous. And if the culture doesn't change its thinking, the new one now, then we won't procreate and we won't make the community bigger and we'll all die off. And it may not be any more brown skinned people left. So being independent can demolish a whole community of people because men don't want to make babies with them. They don't want to make babies with men. And so men will keep sleeping with all the 304s and the women will keep sleeping with whoever they meet who DMs them. So yeah, I think it's a horrible way of thinking. You'll never know that you're that diamond in the rough, and it'll take the right man to shine you off and make you sparkle. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, we going to Sparkle next. How has the culture of independence ruined the family structure?
Well, the question itself tells you all. If you're thinking independently, you're not thinking for the family. You're thinking of me, myself, and I. And, you know, here in the UK, very similar mindset. It's a very Western mindset of me, every man for himself, dog eat dog. Women have come into that same place and that same level of aggression and that same masculine energy. And what, to me, I'll be honest, in the work life, I'm strong, I'm on it, and all the rest of it. I don't understand why any woman would want to take the role of a man. I don't want to be a leader because with that responsibility comes all the pressure that comes with it. Meaning, if the stuff hits the fan, that's on my head as the leader. I have to take responsibility, accountability. I have to find the solutions for the issues. I have to fix it all. I don't see why women want to do that. I mean, biblically speaking, we're built to be the helpmate. I am cool with being a helpmate. We both benefit in the long term. I don't need to take all the credit. I don't need to take all the onus. I'd rather let my husband lead, to be completely honest with you. But as far as this independent, if all women end up independent, one or two things is either going to happen. Either you see a lot more children born into single parent families, a lot more dysfunction and a lot more disjointedness, or you're going to start to see the population go down. Either way, the results are fruitless. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Appreciate that. Do y'all know who I knew that Dow? Y'all know where I knew that Dow tone, that Dow, thing came from? Auntie J, you
Auntie
showing
J.
your age out here. Who the hell who uses a phone like that in 2023?
Auntie J, we know that.
Right. Yeah,
So
I'm
this
showing my age.
We know
lady
that's
getting on
Auntie J.
AOL.
Nobody else know how to
I'm
You
not
still use
enjoying
AOL, huh?
So I don't think the way y'all think. I really don't think the way, like, yeah, I'm 50. Oh, today my birthday. Say happy birthday.
Oh,
Happy birthday, Auntie J.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday.
to you.
Thank you.
Happy
Yeah, I'm
birthday, Auntie J.
59. Glad of it.
59.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
All
girl.
right.
I'm
All right now.
Generation X. What's that, Mike?
Huh?
Oh no,
What
I think you might
generation?
be a baby boomer now. You probably still you prepubescent Generation X.
Just like you,
Okay, I'm
Israel.
a baby
Nah,
boomer.
she
Ones that drop the books on
you're at least 60, Trigger Mike. You better stop playing with me now.
You know what? If I am, it looks good on me.
All right, no doubt. You
Okay.
smooth, sir.
All right. Who we got? Mr. Black Sheep, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Don't let them play you on TJ. Don't let them play you like that.
We're not playing Auntie J. We love Auntie J around here.
Yeah, we say happy birthday, brother. Go ahead.
How did the culture of independence ruin the family structure?
How did the culture of independence ruin?
Let me
the
turn you
family
up real
structure?
quick.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little better.
All right. I don't know if it did I don't know if it. I think the jury's still out on if it ruined the family structure, right? Because women who say they're independent aren't really independent, as somebody on the panel alluded to earlier. Um, they still need a man, and that becomes apparently clear the older they get, right? So I would say that the jury's still out on it. We still haven't hit that critical point yet.
I don't know. I disagree. I think we're about, the black community is just about there. If it
We're
hasn't
beyond
happened,
there. We're beyond there. It's past time.
I
We've
think
been
we
there.
passed that point. If I don't know if it's beyond repair, but I think we're definitely there. 70%
What makes you
of black
think that
people,
we're there?
70% of black people alive today were born to a single mother and lived in a single mother household. So I believe the stat. Please chat. If I misquote this stat, let me know. Not only we say 1 in 4 black women are married, but we forget the baby boomers are still alive. When you take the baby boomers out, 1 in 10 black women under 50. That is, line up 10 black girls at random, black women, 35 years of age. 1 in 10 of them are going to be married. That is a failure. What if this was a test? What is 10% of 100?
A super F. A super F.
But you have to take into account on what happened to those men. Did they die of natural causes? Did they die of street life? Did they die of, or were they just not there?
No, but come on, brother. Like that's disingenuous because but those type of numbers, it don't even matter. It's too the numbers are too staggering in one direction.
Yeah.
All that's societal, because a lot of times we underestimate how well black men are doing. Because we always focus on the fact that there's a overpopulation of prisoners that are black. But there's a significant amount of black men who are just living their lives out there who are eligible bachelors. So the fact that people ain't getting married has not necessarily have to do with the lack of men. It's just that the people don't have the desire to do it, and on both sides, because it's societal pressures and influences, I should say.
I would say
but I was going to wait for my turn to speak anyway. I'm sorry.
Because I think Mr. Logic said it on his podcast that a lot of these men on these spaces are single, and every other woman on these panels be single too, and they're not hooking up with each other, or they're not getting married to each other.
They're fighting each other,
and they're not having babies.
I think that goes into
they're having babies, but out of wedlock.
Wait, can we? Let's
Auntie Jay, we know the one thing they doing
is having babies.
Is having some babies.
Yeah.
Women on the panel, the women that be on these panels are having babies.
Not the women on the panels. We talking about not a lot of women on the panel. A lot of women on the panels don't.
We have some full hypocrites here on YouTube that will get on here and be like, blah blah blah. I'm not listening. I'm independent. These men are crazy. These men are. And then be like, oh, well, she's well put together. She's polished.
Hold on, Trigger Mike, because I got a lot of pushback when I said that men in these red pill spaces are just hearing and repeating the same stuff without seeing the results of it from the people on the panels.
What do you mean?
When I said that,
wait, Trigger Mike, let's don't go too far off the topic though before we, you know what I'm saying? We go into all that because that's like go way left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I gotta run anyway.
It's not even about the individual circumstance of the person. It's how they present themselves and if they admit to it or not. Like like some people come on these panels and be like, I am a divorced man, and they talk from that viewpoint, right? So that's respectable, commendable. But some people will be like, marriages, screw marriages, that and the third, and they never talk about where they messed up in any of it. So that's a bit of a difference. But we're gonna move on to Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, how did the culture of independence ruin the family structure?
Yeah, I took some notes here. I believe, if you ask me, that independence killed true intimacy in the home. The whole independent movement, and you end up with this red pill rage segment, and you end up with this feminist segment where the feminists saying, you know, all men ain't worth a dang. And then you got the red pill raging men saying, you know, ain't no good women, all women cheat. And we talked about that. and you kill the intimacy in the home. You kill true intimacy where you can grow together and build that family bond. And it's just completely broken down. You either red pill raging on this side or you F Negro free on this side. And there's no intimacy at all. And it's hurting the kids. I believe CEO was talking about that. Just being I think he's talking about being selfish. We gotta start moving in a way. Auntie J, wow. You gotta start moving in a way.
Gotta mute Auntie J.
You gotta start moving in a way that's best for the children. And that's something I always preach on my podcast. Coming from like I said, I never had I don't even know who my father is. I come from a single parent household. I come from the hood. I've been in foster homes. So I come from a very deep perspective on this. And just came from the dentist with my son. But we got to start moving in a way that we got to be more intimate with each other. Start picking mates for the right reason and stop that independence. We got to start reaching for interdependence. That is how you start to build. Be a little bit vulnerable. Stop moving in fear and scarcity and lack.
Hey, man. True words spoken there. Israel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your go.
Hey, look, I'm not a hunter, but I've been told, right, that in a place in Alaska with the Eskimos, what they do is they take a blade and they put blood on the blade. And then the wolves, they come and the wolves, they lick and they lick and they lick and they think that they're having a great meal, right? And they're licking and they're licking and having a great meal until finally they perish. So that is one of the stories of how independence has ruined the marriage, has ruined the community, right? Another story in Africa, and in this one I might not have exactly down, but I want you to follow me on this. In Africa, there was a lion, right? And the lion said to the zebra, this female zebra, "Hey, you look pretty." And so the female zebra goes and she looks in the reflection in the pond, and she sees herself and she's thinking that she's real pretty, right? But meanwhile, what she doesn't notice is that all the other zebras are moving away and they're migrating like they do. So now she's alone, and while she's looking at herself in the mirror, the lion comes and pounces on her and eats her. So you see how this is the society that we live in. They have put us in a place where they have put our women to look at themselves, to be vain, to celebrate themselves, to celebrate independence, to believe that they are raising a level of success and attainment. And what it's doing is it's destroying the family, it's destroying themselves, and it's putting us all in a place where we are alone. And when you are alone, you are vulnerable. You are in a place where you can be destroyed.
Yo, to piggyback off of what you just said. So the weirdest thing about, let me tell you something, ladies. Black men would have no leg to stand on if everything you did this for, all the culture of independence, and you were out here killing it, because it's a facade. I can't stand when I come into these spaces and I look and they're like, "Black women killing it." Y'all know the hell you are not. I just found out the other day that Black women collectively, because they're basically describing them as their own ethnic group these days, are the second poorest in the whole nation. Y'all ain't killing shit. Like, think about that. Like, all of this Gucci bag wearing, basketball wives, all of this, just to have a stat dropped on your head that you're the second poorest group in the United States of America because you didn't prioritize the unit. I don't even understand how we got here. That is why it's such a slap in the face.
Trigger Mike, I can speak to how we got here, but I'll wait my turn and answer your question and bring the context of what happened.
Absolutely, we can. We're going to go to marriage, politics, and sports, and then you, Africo Pop.
Yeah.
How did the culture of independence ruin the family structure?
Well, I see it from a social engineering standpoint. I believe that all of us are victims of a social engineering program set by the way we live in the United States, the kind of government we have. And from that social engineering standpoint, men and women have been played differently. Women spend a lot more money than anybody else. But when you look at America, corporate structure, they need people to be consumers, and the government needs taxes. And it doesn't benefit the government to have close family units because of course, you'll be more prudent with how you spend. They just want people to be alone, separate, 2 houses instead of 1. Kids out of wedlock. Then you put men on child support, under threat of jail. It's just to keep revenue moving. And it kind of almost sounds benign, but they've made a conscious choice of having chaos and broken families over a family structure because you can control people better that way. And so that's where it's at. So all of the stimuli that we see is kind of always pointed in that direction of us being split, right? Men versus women. And you know what? And Black people are a microcosm of what's going on in the greater diaspora. It ain't just us. We just feel it differently because it's mainly concentrated in us. So the statistics are bad all over the place, but ours are just worse. Like when America has a cold, the Black people have pneumonia. So we're in the pneumonia stage.
Right, with the canary in the coal mine.
I would also say it's really, I mean, if we're just being honest, it's really a black and white thing. Other people are not feeling it like we're feeling.
No, that's what I said. They're not feeling like, but they're feeling it. I mean, we can't ignore that because we're not separate from the rest of. I mean, we like to think.
I'm just saying. No, I was going to say in actuality, it's really just the traditional American that's been here with Black and white people. Every other group is actually thriving. The Jays, the small hats are thriving. You gotta be careful how you look at the Hispanics because a lot of them just got here, right? But even still, their family unit is still intact, so you know where they're gonna be.
Well, it has slightly. It's diminished across all racial and ethnic groups,
Right.
but it has diminished significantly more for the Black community. But I'll get into that. But to Mr. Payne's point, it has diminished across the board.
Let me just land this thing a little bit, because I hear you, Trigger Mike. We could discuss that on the side, but I think everybody's impacted. And the only reason why some groups are less impacted because they have some strong cultural bonds that covers them, especially the small hats. So, but then you go, and the Asians and stuff like that. There's some Asians. So, I mean, we could talk about that, but in degrees. And so, but one thing we agree on in the Black community, we're at epidemic proportions. And so I got daughters, and I'm going to finish right here. So one is 30, one is 23. And so I think they're different than the what's going on, but they're not separate from society. So I'm preparing them because they're not married yet. So I'm preparing them so if they don't get married, they'd have enough money to take care of themselves. The Kevin Samuels kind of thing. If you don't have a mate, you ain't gonna have enough money to live. They got great professions, but they're gonna have to have a whole bunch of money if they don't have a man. So I'm hoping I'll walk somebody down the aisle, but I'm preparing them to be one of the 10.
May I ask him a kind of personal question, being that you gave that example? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Real quick, I just want to know, with that being said, did you raise them to be wives?
Let me, I fell into the tropes of raising them to be independent. However, I did talk to them about college being the best pool of men they'll ever find in their lives to put in their Rolodex, because you're never going to have it like that again. So if you find somebody, don't be afraid. So they're not afraid of marriage or anything like that. But did I press them on it? Hey, listen, you got to find a man. Your mother got married at 26, so you try to get married. I didn't do that.
But I mean, just the, you know what I'm saying? Just the attitude or the approach of being a wife, the nuances of service and of working with your spouse, so forth and so on, that kind of thing.
I think they have a lot of that because of the relationship I have with their mother, and their mother's like all feminine. She's just like that. So when I talk to them, they see us interact. I mean, they know how to cook, they know how to clean. They know how to, they don't embarrass or talk badly. in public. They know how to. I've seen my oldest daughter had a guy that she was really attached to. It didn't work out, but we had a family dinner. She seemed to have been in love with the dude, and it just didn't work out. They were just a little bit younger. My younger one is so focused on what she's doing, but she has uh, an active life out with her friends. Most of them from the college. Both male and females. So I'm hoping that whoever they find, they don't act like the ladies from, on the internet, because we're in the microcosm here on the internet. My youngest daughter tells me, Dad, you're too wrapped up with what's going on the internet. That's not the real world. She says, because I'm out here, I'm just enjoying my life. I don't see some of the things you see. And maybe she's right. Maybe she just can't see it. So I'm not really concerned about them from the standpoint of them not being good wives. I'm concerned that they got to find the right kind of guys. And if they're out there, so if it happens, great. But if it doesn't, I want them to be prepared. I don't want them being at 50 years old, wondering, how they're going to take care of themselves. So that's what I've done. So, and we talk about that a little bit. So I don't want to be I'm 64, right? So I want grandkids. I don't have any, so.
Yes, sir.
So that's where I'm at. So they know what I want, but I can't keep harping on that with them.
Right.
I mean, we talk about everything else, but they know where I'm coming from.
Understood.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing.
We got to get around, and then we're gonna chop it up on this. Africo Pop, good morning or good afternoon now. How you doing?
Good afternoon, panel. Thank you, Trigger Mike.
Good
And
afternoon.
to Mr. Payne's point, um, I, when people have the question, "Oh, did you raise your child to be a wife?" If there's not a community to raise that child to be a wife, it's going to be very hard for one person if you don't have a community that upholds those standards to do that. And I think we keep on forgetting how much community plays a part. Not because you have several influences. But if you don't see it amongst the people that you're actively around, that we under estimate how important community is. For example, I grew up in a community where mostly only saw married couples. I saw men and women raising their children. My Because I came from an immigrant household, we weren't in I mean, we still lived in American culture, but they tried as much to preserve what they grew up with and bring it over here to America. So I didn't know what Martin was. I didn't know what Fresh Prince was until maybe 10, 11 years old. Like, that's how much my dad was. Hey, you're going to watch PBS, Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers. That's it. And then you're going to come home. You're going to do your homework. You're going to study. You're going to eat. You're going to go to sleep. That was the routine. And then on the weekends, we're going to meet with people from our townspeople from Nigeria, where you're going to be with those families. You're going to call even if they're not biologically rated, you're going to call these people aunties and uncles. You're going to give them the respect. They're going to be able to discipline you. You're going to see the dynamics and the interdependence, because we're talking about dependence, of how all these communities function. Now, not to say there wasn't issues, not to say there wasn't dysfunction, because that's going to be there across the board. But what I grew up with, I had a positive view of marriage, and marriage was a priority. Marriage wasn't, something that you can do. Because in my community, for men and women, if you get to a certain age and you're not married, they're going to look at you like, what's wrong with you? What is your malfunction? Because in order for our community to get to grow and to continue, family is the basic unit. So for a woman, yes, and I'm so grateful, because now being older, I understand why the pressure for women was sooner, because the elders understood women have a smaller clock to have children. So the pressure is on women to, if not for that, I don't think the pressure would be exactly the same. But because we do have a smaller window of opportunity to be mothers, the pressure is more on us. But if a man gets to a certain age and he doesn't have a family, he will be looked at a certain way, like, what are you doing? Because that is the bedrock of our society. And what has led to, because I wrote a couple notes, I'm sorry, that's the nerd in me. How's the culture of independence ruin the family structure? What it's made it is that we, because of the conveniences of modern society, think that we are independent when we're not. Good job, baby. I'm going to make you some more. We think that we're independent. Okay, I'll get you your special treat later. Good job. Okay, can remember quiet for the treat. Okay. So we as because I have to work, baby. But I'll I'll be there. Play with your tablet. Give me mama a second. Remember? Quiet for the treat. Okay. I know it's a long time. That's how adults do. But we'll get back to you, okay? Thank you. So, as far as I won't
Every
take too
time.
long. I won't take
And the
too
more
long.
focused you become, the more they
That
turn up.
I mean, talk about. I mean, I see. And a quick note: I don't understand how single mothers, especially if you have young children, can complain about men when these children are more demanding and listen less than the men that you complain about. But that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother. Yeah,
Where
you
my
need
sound
to.
effects
Hello,
machine?
hello.
Yeah, that's
But
a
hey,
whole.
wait. To that point, a lot
No,
of black women. No, wait. To that point, a lot of black women try to raise their husbands or their man, and they do not raise their children. That's the craziest
Wow.
thing.
wow.
Their children run over them and tell them what to do, but they try to tell their man or their husband what to do. It's
But
the
Oh
most
boy.
let me tell
craziest,
you.
insane thing ever.
Let me tell you, my 4-year-old son has done more emotional damage in the 4 years he's been born than the 12 years I've ever been with my husband. He has made me cry more. He has physically annihilated me. He has headbutt me, punched, kicked, stretched. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby.
Oh damn. He don't even like what you saying right now. Oh
I
man.
don't like you.
He don't like you. Don't put his business out there like
Don't
that,
put
mama.
his business
You're
out
Don't put him
there.
out there like that, mama.
Thank you,
no,
man.
I did it. Okay, okay. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry.
That's
I'm not
because
gonna talk
you
about
spoiled him and you don't like the results.
you.
Those are your results right there.
But
You
see,
spoiled him.
but see, that's why I'm like, it doesn't compute because all children. It's fine. It's fine, Kai. Thank you. But that's why I don't get it. So I'm like, either y'all beating y'all kids or y'all just letting y'all kids do whatever you
Can
want.
I ask y'all
Because
a real quick question?
yeah,
You're conducting business right now. You're in control of your household. You're the authority. You're raising your child.
I'm trying.
All
Yeah.
right now you're conducting business. You're trying to speak on a show. Why haven't you seriously told your child not to interrupt? When you
No,
say that the child is driving you crazy or you're causing you stress, this is another thing where, like, when women say it's so hard, we take care of the
I
children,
never
and it's
said
like
that.
as a
Well,
man, I would say
like
it's so easy because they
respectfully,
listen
well,
hold
to
on.
you.
it's hyperbole, but I'm being hyperbole just because. I mean, but children, you can't.
Well, hold
For,
on. Let
go
me
ahead.
try to answer this too. Let me try to
Yeah.
answer this too, because I think we're being a little bit unfair. Like, women in discipline, we got to understand this is what it actually is. This is what it looks like. She said
Exactly.
it yesterday. She actually told us yesterday. She copped to it,
Exactly.
because if that was my child and I came home, all yelling stops. This
Right.
is actually what women actually go through with the children. The ones that be on YouTube be lying to us, acting like they discipline their children. What they really do is beat the hell out of their children and overcompensate discipline and
That's
traumatize
right.
them to get them to shut up.
That's right, Mike.
Fathers are the natural disciplinarians.
That's true.
Right.
If I
Good
walk
voice.
in on my kids doing it, I don't even have to say a word, just a look. They sitting there scoring, Daddy, today I get an A, right? And they smile.
Like
Right?
they didn't do nothing. Like they.
This is why the culture of independence ruined
And
families.
Mike, you know what?
That's a
I
good
thought I'm gonna
example.
say
That's a
this.
good point. That's a good
I'm
point.
gonna say
Yeah.
this. I think it has ruined men as well because men by nature are independent, right?
Well, I
No.
think so.
We
So
seek
again,
to be
we have
interdependent.
different roles, and I think what has messed us up is we feel like we both are supposed to do the same thing. No, we are not. Men has
I
a
think the
different
reason
role
why,
than women do in the community,
right,
and
but
that's
there's
how.
All right. So
Um,
also let me make this point, because this is also a good point. CEO DMP, check this out. What's going on right now with her at home is also what's going on in school with the children. Most women are teachers. I'm sorry, most teachers are women. How are these kids acting in school now? They did.
Well, Trigger Mike, wait. Can I offer some pushback? Because listen, like, yo, if a lot of times in school, children will listen to the women faster than they listen to a man in school as a teacher. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Trigger Mike. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. It's absolutely not a lie. No, it's absolutely not a lie. It's absolutely a fact. In our communities, in the Black communities, and it actually was on an episode of The Wire. A daggone police chief was telling the kids, "All right, settle down, settle down, settle down." The damn principal came in there and said, "All right, shut up, y'all, be quiet." Yo, they shut it down. They was clowning what the man was talking about.
All right.
I'm telling you,
because she's the principal.
I got friends. Wait, I got male friends. Listen, I got male friends that are teachers, and they talk about it all the time. Because what happens is, especially with the male students, it becomes a competition. See, first of all, because the young men have been raised by single mothers, and their fathers, for whatever reason, have been absent, whether she kept them away or they're away. They hate men, number one. So because they hate men and because they have this testosterone and this bravado, it becomes a competition and it becomes a head-to-head type battle. Instead of with the woman, when they look at the woman, they see more of a nurturing.
Israel, what you are doing is like, we're not even talking, you're talking about like an individual occurrence. I'm talking about the entire generalization of women. This is not what happened when men were even in equal numbers teachers as much as women. Men in the school, that they had an article that came out last year where fights were going on in a Louisiana school. Because the men were not certified teachers, they couldn't like hire them. So they just asked dads to come into school and stand in the hallway. They went from 13 fights a day to 0.
I remember that.
Dad standing in the hallway. Even the white kids were like, well, we didn't know what they were doing here, but we saw them and figured we should just go to class. So what you're talking about is an individual man as one teacher among 90 other female teachers. Yes, he's going to get run over. He can't do anything. Even make it 25% male teachers. All of that stops.
How about the little boy?
You said wait, hold on, Auntie J. So you're saying if you have more like a group of male teachers, so it's not just one or two.
I'm talking about proportion. Like a whole group. Exactly. The proportion of men.
Like a soldier, like a platoon of
if
male
they
teachers.
went right now and changed because men no longer go to college for this type of thing. So if they went right now and not lowered the standards, but changed the standards and say, we're just going to make certified teachers out of competent people instead of just people who went to college, and say, we need men this bad that we're going to get men with this level of experience that could pass these tests and put them in the school to be teachers. Every single risk factor you have for these children would change.
So it's not standards, it's money. They don't pay teachers enough.
Wait. So to be clear, Trigger Mike, you're saying, so what you're saying is not really different from what I'm saying. You're saying that as a group of men, it has to be a group of men, and a group of men in the school can make a difference. That's what you're saying. The proportion of men has to be okay. I can concede to that because that's not the point I was making. I can concede to that. What I'm saying is, on an individual basis, you have a male teacher, you have a female teacher. They are more likely to listen to the female teacher than the male teacher on an individual basis. On an individual basis, that's a fact.
That man would have to be a weak man for that to be a
nah. That's not true because what happens is without a threat of violence. Without a threat of violence, most time with men, there is no compliance. And so what happens is, because they know that you can't put your hands on them, because they know that there's nothing that you can do to them, they start clowning.
Just be the bass in my voice.
You must not be nowhere near no schools, fam.
That is probably
how many children? Wait. How many children does my man have with the do? How many children do you have, fam?
I have 3.
You have 3 children. Okay, what are your children's age?
2 boys and a girl.
What are your children's age?
They're all 18 now, 18, 17.
Okay, so when
I also have 2 stepdaughters with the relationship that I've been with the last 7 years, and I raised them since they were 3, 4.
Cool. So what I'm saying to you is, it's a difference between raising your children in your house and the behavior of children in the school system.
Let me give you like a scenario. For instance, every time I'm with the mothers of my children are in a situation with the women, right? When I'm around, they know if Your mother's on the phone. When she's with them by themselves, they run around, they do what they want to. And even though she knows it's an inconvenience, she lets them. She doesn't. When I'm around, they know because I'm on them. You know what I'm saying? Your mother's on the phone. I'm on the phone. Get out of here with that. And that's my demeanor at all times. And that's why when I'm around, they know that the mess stops because my demeanor at all times is disciplinarian. They know to get out of the kitchen. Don't just be running around. Don't run in the house. But when they're alone with their
that's
mother,
the man in
when
the
they're
house,
alone
right?
with their mother, they feel free. They don't
Right.
they don't feel any
Right,
restrictions.
it's a
They can do what
difference.
they want to do. So if you got a man in a school, ain't no way the
What is
women are
that?
gonna have more respect from the children than the man like me. They gonna know when I step in the room. They gonna know when I'm in the hallway. They gonna know when they see my
You should
face.
be
They
a
gonna
teacher
get
that
too. So
you should
and
be a
that's
teacher and help them
I
out,
think
man.
that's in every
They don't pay
environment, in
enough.
Well,
every
you should be a
situation,
teacher and
unless
help
you're
them
dealing
out,
with
fam.
weak men.
They
That's
don't
the
pay
But
Go
enough.
ahead
hang
and
on,
be a
hang
teacher
on,
and
hang
help
on.
them out. So we need more
I
like you
think
then,
I
fam.
think it
All right,
I think it
order on the
depends.
panel. Order on the panel. Sparkle, go ahead. Sparkle, go ahead.
I think it depends on the woman because I grew up with a mum. I said on a couple panels ago, she was half Irish, half Trinidadian. She just had to give us the look, and we knew to fall in line. I mean, I don't know
That's
if it's a
disciplinary.
Caribbean thing.
That means that's come for
Hold
her
on.
being a disciplinary. That means they are used to knowing that she don't play.
Yeah,
That's what it comes
yeah.
from.
But
It's
However,
not
so
just
she
because
remember,
wasn't.
she's a
She wasn't.
woman or she
She
yeah,
looks
wasn't.
a certain way. It's because
or,
they're used to knowing that when she comes around,
yeah.
she don't play. It's the
Well,
So
yeah. Well,
disciplinary.
Sparkle.
yes and no. I mean, like I say, in my situation, my mother's a really chill woman, very
Yeah.
feminine. However, she would give you that look like you need to check yourself, and you'd stop. Like she just had that
Did
but
that
raw
also
look ever
culturally
have any
things.
discipline.
consequence?
And who
All
has
right.
that music playing in the background?
Hold on. Africa Pop, go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's not music. It's a kid's playlist. But I'll speak and I'll put myself on mute. So yeah, yeah, we know. Um, but to see CEO's point, and I'm going to speak to your point, Sparkle. My mom was the same way, but I was raised in the 80s, and things are different culturally back then
True.
than they are now when it comes
True.
to how children are, how they're socialized. How I mean, I'm not going to get into all that, but things are different. So I can't think I can use some of the tactics and some of the principles that were applied to me in my childhood, but I need to prepare my child for what they're growing up today and also for the standard that I want for them to have. I think Trigger Mike, you spoke to having traditional values, but also applying it to the times that we're living in today. Like the social scene will change, but the value system should stay the same. CEO DMP, to your point, also because I carried my child, I can't I do not have the masculine frame, nor do I want to be the disciplinarian that my husband is. I don't want that burden. That's a lot for to look and to hit and to spank. If I'm pushed to the limit, I'll do it, but I don't want to do it because me naturally, I'm a nurturer. I'm a kissy face. I'm a hug on my baby because that's the woman in me, and that's
So
what I
you
want to do.
so let's say a man established order in your household and the rules and the regulations and the restrictions that he's put in place are for the safety of the family. All right. They're not allowed to run because they trip with a scissors or knives, they stab themselves. They're not allowed to just go in the kitchen because they're leaving the refrigerator doors open and spoiling
Yeah,
the food.
I
It's
still
that, hold
establish
on,
the
hold on, hold
rules
on,
that
just
he
1 minute, and I'm
has.
gonna make it quick.
Yeah.
You're telling
God
me
bless you.
that even though you know my instructions, you know my rules, and you know that I put these rules and stuff in place for the betterment of our household. If I'm out of the household, you're just going to let my kids get away with doing whatever they want to. You're not going to enforce my rules and
They
my
don't.
regulations in my absence. You're just going to let
So,
my
You
household fall
never
apart.
said that
so a
though.
couple of things. It's not let. Children are children, and even and children have less cognitive understanding than adults do. So even though they do understand to a certain extent no means no, children will still test because that's in them. That you can't beat that out of a child. Now children can you will help them learn what discipline is, but it's not that he's just running around doing whatever he wants. You
Yeah.
cannot, and I think sometimes men think that children are little adults. They're not. Their cognition is not the same, their temperament is not the same, their brain development is not the same.
Yeah. I
So
think.
Yeah,
ahead.
They test the mother, not the father. They don't
Okay,
test the
yeah.
father for nothing.
Well, and then
Listen,
there's a quick thing to
finish up.
back to the original question, because I didn't remember the point. What happened between the 60s and the 80s, I'll make this brief, is that society has shifted to where it was more community based and focused to where it's more individualistic and consumer based. So it's particularly in the 80s when greed is good, Wall Street, people just buying things, getting more flashy, not really thinking about the unit expanding out. I think what happened with the Black community is the Black community has always, in general, wanted acceptance from the dominant society. And so, if you're looking for that sensitive to the dominant society, it is easy to sell you on you have to have this car, you need to have this watch, you need to have this bag. Because who are we buying these things from? We're not buying it from Black owned brands. We're not asking for discounts from Gucci, Fendi, and all these other stuff. We are buying from a dominant society who has their own things set up. But if we aspire to things that are not originally from us, then it will break down our families, because that is the thing that we look to. We look to the worst insult you can say to any Black person is you're broke, you're dusty, you're whatever. It's not about integrity, it's about the consumerism, because that's what has been sold to us. And because we did not have a we did not we do not have enough esteem in our own culture, in our own self. We have been always looking to another group to establish what that standard is. And I think that is part of the breakdown. Now that we know better, because all of us to a certain extent understand this, but if we continue in that, then there's no, like I said, race is not the thing affecting Black America enough. It is living by a standard and trying to work within our groups. And for it's not about, you can't bring everyone along. If you're thinking as a Black person, well, we got to all be on one page, it will never work. We don't all need to be on one page. We need to work with the people who are wanting to be on the same page as us.
Go
And
our
that
way.
is
That's a
few,
fact.
Bingo.
and that is
Bingo.
a few
Bingo.
people. If you look
Facts.
across the Black, it's a few people. So
Yeah.
yes, when I create whatever content that I create about health and fitness and being your fit self, and trying to live in a more balanced life, I know a majority of women, and Black women in particular, may reject it. I don't care. I am making it for everyone. You choose what you want, and then you can spit out the rest. You be like, girl, nah, that's too hard. That is fine. It doesn't stop me away from what I believe is my God-given mission, to have the to be on the narrow path, to be like, focus on your health, focus on your family, focus on building the legacy with your husband, and supporting whatever it is that y'all have decided, knowing that he has the final decision maker, and your life will be 10 times better. And if only 10 people listen, that is fine. I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Yep.
up to me to make sure that I'm projecting and being the voice to combat some of the craziness that we see, and the lies that have been sold to me and other people that look like me. Yes, baby.
Why can I push back?
Hold on real quick. We got to get Enter Black Dragon in here. What's going on with you today, sir?
Oh, okay. What's up, Black Dragon?
Hey, Auntie DJ, what's up? It's been a minute.
Do you want to
Yeah,
talk on the topic in general? Or you want to
the
answer the
topic
last
in
one?
general. The topic in
Yes,
general.
sir.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
keep it kind of brief and to the topic, just so I can because I've been thinking about it for a good minute. I've been listening to everyone here too, so that's why I kind of hopped on. But yeah, this independent thinking, this mindset, this like poison families intergenerationally now. I think we're not done suffering at the hands of this mindset either. Just personal story, just real quick. An example of it is about a couple days ago. We're in the office here in my house. It's just me and my sister here. There's been a plate that's been sitting down there for maybe 7 days. I asked my sister to finally, hey, you can move that plate to the sink. It's just been there 7 days, kind of piling up. You're not using it. She comes in, she's saying, I'm on the phone, I'll do it later. Which is, kind of fine and good until she's off the phone. Ask her to move the plate again. She says, no, it's kind of more rebellious and defiant, and that kind of no. So anyway, some words were exchanged. I mean, I decided, like, I need you to just do one thing. And she refused to do this one thing. I mean, we're talking, she's on the phone with her friends. Her friends decided to call cops. Cops come over the house. We went there. Cops came in on my, I'm in my living room. I'm in my bedroom. She's knocking on my bedroom door. I come out. There are two cops all the way up the stairs in the house. We're having a conversation about an argument that stemmed from me asking her to put a dirty dish from the office that was there for 1 week into the sink and wash it like she agreed to as a condition of living in the house. I handled the trash. She handles the dishes. It was a very simple agreement. I stuck to my end. I explained to the officers, like, hey, I can't just at any time I want let the trash sit for a week. And then my sister asked me, hey, can you just take out the trash? And I say, yeah, I'll just get to it when I feel like it. That's not really a really logical or sanitary way of living your life or in a house, especially when you're in a house. I mean, we've lived in apartments all of our lives. This is the first house. You would think you would act a lot more different in a house than in an apartment. An apartment, you got roaches or whatever it is in Section 8. I've grown up there. Now I'm in the house. This is the first house that I've acquired. So we live together, harmony. Now cops are here. They left. They took a report. They left. I had to type up a notice, a lease violation for sanitary purposes, printed it out, served to her, signed it, said, hey, this is for you, like, not keeping up with your end of the bargain as far as living in this household. So it took all that to get her to put the dish in the sink and then wash like 3 or 4 dishes.
This is so extreme.
That's just sad.
That is
Damn.
crazy.
That's crazy.
I got a question for y'all. We got
That's crazy. You had to go through that, fam.
My
I got a question. I think y'all gonna like this one. Especially for those of you with daughters. I got a daughter. Some of y'all got daughters, but if you don't, you have to imagine. Hold on, TJ. You have to imagine you have a daughter, okay? Assuming you want your daughter to be married one day. What celebrity would you allow to give your daughter a class on? Yeah, just to be a role model for your daughter. What celebrity would you allow to be a role model for your daughter? Female celebrity.
Can I go first?
Moses DTX. Who wants to go first?
Me, Israel.
I'll go second.
Go ahead.
All right, I will allow Felicia Rashad to mentor my daughter. Hello? Yo.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I will allow Felicia Rashad to mentor my daughter.
I like that.
That'll be the celebrity.
And why?
Well, because as you know, she's been married to Ahmad Rashad forever. She's a classy, from what I know, I don't know her personally, but
They're divorced.
Hold on. Okay, but hold
she
on.
divorced Ahmad Rashad.
I was like, she divorced that dude in like the early 90s.
Okay, wait. Well, hold on. Can I finish hey, listen, hold on. They were married for a minute. I never heard or seen her dog him out, whatever the case may be. I've never seen her move flagrant in the streets. She seems to be a very classy woman. I don't know her personally. At the same time, from what I see and the image that she projects and the image that she portrays, she seems to be a very classy woman that portrays class. That's it.
All right. Moses DTX, you ready?
Pass me for now. I'll come back.
Is it bad? Is it that? Well, hold on. It's that bad. This dude's like brain fart.
I don't even know who to think about. I'm just like, first thing I'm like, no, it's not Stacey Dash. She's not married. Oh no, not Halle Berry. No. I'm just like
Stacey Dash.
Yeah, I can't think of the movie.
Man, you clueless. You clueless.
Stacey Dash.
No.
Bad. No.
That's so sad.
While we take that break, let me read the super chats. All right. So y'all think on it. Y'all think on that. That's a good one. I know.
For me, it's Michelle
like,
Obama.
These
I'm
women out here
there.
literally tripping. They are the ones that loaded up this whole gun of feminism and independence. So you got to pick a celebrity. Good luck finding one. All right, DB, $2. They're strong, struggling, independent, broke women. Damn, that was so many contradictions. It gave me a headache. One Queen Lady E, $2. The panel is right. Without unity, we are divided. Correct. My man JB, $10. Mike, here's the poverty study. Thanks for putting that in there too. Them trolls be trying to get me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Jonathan Barreville, $20. From the study, unmarried mothers have higher rates of poverty than married women, with or without children, and unmarried women without children. Almost 1/4 of unmarried mothers live below the poverty line. Ladies, I say it all the time. Marriage is for your survival. Like what the heck? That's what it's always been. For men, it's about duty. For women, it's about survival. I have no idea why we get out of that scope.
I don't want to
At
be
all.
single.
I have
Never want to be
no
single.
idea.
Absolutely not.
And for the women who disagree with me, I want you to think about one thing. Try to practice what men do a little bit. Have some foresight. Everything you letting come out your mouth right now about being independent, just ask yourself, am I going to think this way at 45? Am I going to think this way at 55? Plan for that, and I guarantee you, your ass going to want to be married to somebody. Jonathan Barronville, $10. Let women be women. If she has a husband who takes care of business, they'll be fine. It's only an issue when women are raising reckless children on their own. That is true.
Yes.
Jonathan Barreville, $10. Y'all say y'all want feminine, submissive women, yet y'all keep trying to turn them into men. Feminine women are, by definition, not disciplinarians. That is, I think I said that. This is why masculine men are needed in the household. And to be honest, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary for a child. And CEO, I'm gonna tell you, we can talk about this on another day. But that the life plan you talking about, because I'm not gonna disagree with you. That discipline, it's the philosophy. That's what I call it. The philosophy of discipline that you talking about. That is more so geared toward when the children start understanding that 7, 8, 9, 10 into teenage, your wife should not cross your philosophy. Ever. That's when she literally got to stand there like your daddy said. Literally, exactly, that's the easiest thing a woman could do.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm sorry.
I do that now.
Your daddy said. Like right now, they're not gonna comprehend it. The 4 or 5, and then like I watch the TV cam, the webcam on my children. They be running them up. On it, like, did I not just leave this whole place quiet? And they just I was like, you know what? They don't understand. But like you said, running with scissors and all that, she'll enforce that stuff. But trying to enforce my philosophy without my presence, I understand why that's difficult for a woman. But when they get older and they know how to manipulate properly, oh boy, don't cross me in my philosophy. You better teach that philosophy well. DB, $3. Angela Bassett. God,
you're saying at that age, at the age of 4, 5, 6, and 7, you're saying that intellectually, without the need of physical force, threat, or anything, intellectually, you're saying you just basically instill no type of rules or regulations into your child.
No, you do. You do. Let me tell you. He never said that. Well, look, Africo Pop actually alluded to it, bro. Let me tell you why. Women are not supposed to be raising these kids as individuals. They're supposed to be in groups. Have you ever noticed why a daycare center of 5 women can corral 20 to 25 kids real easy, but 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, that gets difficult. It gets real difficult. 5 women can keep a group of kids in line. It's weird how it works.
With the collection plate, Pastor.
Yeah, so it's weird how it works. But they're not supposed to be raising them alone. Their mom's supposed to be in the house with them. You see what I'm saying?
I think I could get them in line with just saying go to bed.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I think I could get them in line with just. I think I could tell the mother if my son or my daughter acting up when I'm gone.
My children like pledges.
Go to bed.
They are pledging.
You don't treat them like pledges, do you?
I treat my children like pledges.
They ain't even line. I want you to pick up.
They on the line.
They ain't even in this family yet.
Act like
I ain't consequences and repercussions.
My children are pledges. They not even in the family yet.
And look, JB gave a good one, but JB, shout out to you. But I would say with Michelle Obama, the thing that lost me with her was the fact that she went against Barack Obama in her book. And she was talking about how she didn't agree with him and how, she had to bite her tongue and she didn't want to.
Well, it's a fine to have disagreements because disagreements will come. But
they're still married.
It was a disagreement.
But she mentioned it publicly. That's
right. It wasn't about the disagreement. It was about the fact that she wanted to make it known that she was not in alignment with her husband. And that I don't agree
100%.
with. Publicly, she should have never said that. Publicly, she should have never addressed that.
That's true. That is true. So I always struggle to wonder when I read it publicly. I always struggle to wonder if these women actually get the permission of their husband to write the stuff they writing in their book.
Mike,
I know some of these dudes like, what the hell you tell them
Mike,
that for? That's our business.
Mike, I got
Mike,
some.
Mike, I want.
Hold on, you Moses DTX, then you next, Auntie J.
All right, so I decided just to look up somebody that makes sense. I would say Meghan Markle is probably the best one.
Are you? You know, get off my panel right now. Get off my panel.
Not even what I would
all these divesting examples. What are y'all doing? We talking about the black community, and y'all giving all these Stacey Dash and Marcos.
Let me tell you something about Meghan Markle, bro. I know what she looks like. I know what people think she represents, bro. That lady. This is why we cannot let women rule the movement, bro. Because women were like, "Oh, this is so great. He's leaving his family for her." That man left behind his family. First of all, that is not romantic. That is stupid. The family, the royal family that gave him everything, that literally is his purpose. He left them for her. He's going to regret that. We have precedent for this. His great uncle, great uncle, King Edward, because of an American woman, the guy that married an American woman, and the culture of independence, got to him. A divorced woman abdicated the throne. I don't know how good that box was that you're gonna leave behind a kingship,
a whole kingdom
behind a woman. Wow. These romantic gestures you're doing for your wife. Let me tell you something. If my wife makes me separate from the people that raised me, no matter how bad they are, you have that talk with your family. You marry a woman that wants to keep you bonded with your family. If you want to make me abdicate myself from my family, we got a problem. That's not romantic.
Wait. I can only tell you one thing. I can only tell you one thing. This is common. This is common in an interracial relationship. It is.
It's very common.
If you wait. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was out having been in one, hosting a podcast all about the topic. It is. If you even think about marrying this man that I disapprove of, I will disown you. Yeah. And that has always been a white thing. That has always been a white thing.
Not so much in the UK. Always. I say that.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you first and foremost, marriage is about duty. You see, I'm an elder brother. I'm the eldest in my family. What's his name? William, the oldest one.
Yeah, William.
He taking it on the chin. He like, how am I out here making it look good for the gram for the people, and you out here cutting the rug, just acting up. And no, I got to do it. If he does what his brother does, the monarchy failed. It falls. If William starts acting like Harry.
William's getting a crown. Harry will never have one.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to act that damn fool about. That's fair. He's just a spare. It doesn't mean he's got to act the damn fool. Harry can topple the monarchy. His behavior. He's on Netflix talking shit. You know that, right? He can topple the monarchy.
Crazy.
So and look, I'm not gonna blame Harry. I'm gonna blame Meghan Markle. That's why I'm like, I can't believe.
Nah, I'm sorry.
This is what Americans like to do, ladies and gentlemen.
If a man's a leader, then you gotta take it. He made that choice. He wanted to be there for his children.
You know what? You're right, but I don't think he understands the choice he made. It always seems romantic. That's why I use that word.
Yeah.
He don't understand. He's not gonna be a 50, 60-year-old man getting in fights with her. You see the way American women are, the culture of independence. She's gonna mentally separate from him. He'd be like, lady, I left my family for you. It's those dudes.
When they left, it's because Harry said the same things, the same kind of shit with the media and the paparazzi that they did to my mother. I saw them doing with my wife, and I wasn't having it, and I fucking left. And my family didn't do a damn thing about it. That's what that whole thing was about.
I heard that, but they did the same. Look, maybe not as bad because
his mother is dead.
They did the same thing
shit.
I don't get it. They did the same thing. What the hell is her name? Kate? No, they did the same thing. They talk trash about all the.
Wait, it's not talking trash. Princess Di, God rest her soul, was harassed. She was like it was bad.
Pregnant with a black man's baby.
Guys, that's the one
again interracial
panel. As the one London panel.
Trigger Mike, real quick. I have an example for the celebrity.
one London.
You know, they got money.
It's
Absolutely, Auntie J.
not
We've
what you
been.
think.
Auntie J
Okay,
like to give me smoke. She gonna punch me if she see me, so we're gonna let Auntie J go.
Butter beans. What I wanted to say about the independence piece is I think it's working both ways now because men are not getting married. They rather live with a woman for years and years, have children with her, and then say they're common law. Common law is not recognized in every state, but that's what they saying out here, Mike. They don't see the advantages.
I would agree. I would agree, Auntie J. It's only that I'm trying to look closer into that because it's weird the way the statistics work. They go back and forth. So they just reported that, oh, now 70% of kids are living in a 2-parent household, where it's like, well, damn, okay. What it is that men have like this innate thing where they want to take care of their family, right? Only if the woman makes it hard, right? Or there's some kind of disagreement between them that they don't. But the thing is, in the Black community especially, how do you expect boys to understand the institution of marriage when most of them didn't come from it? Because the boys that do come from marriage create other marriage homes.
No,
right?
they
So,
act so, Mike.
I don't want to attribute it. Yeah, I don't want to attribute it to like, oh, they're not getting married because they want to be independent. I don't think they trust the institution because not only did their mother and father not think of them enough about them to get married to show them the example, it looks horrific to them watching the news and the media. Like, why do I want to be a part of that?
They don't think about the advantages of it. They only think about the disclaimer. Excuse me, Israel. They think about the disclaimer. The stuff that I hear is if you get married, then here comes child support. If she leaves, why are you entering into an arrangement, taking oath if you're looking at the fact of leaving or her leaving? That's not the way I think that you should think when you're walking into a union with another person. But that's what they're thinking. They're thinking about the cons of being married versus the pros. And I think it's a trick of the enemy. Keep making these children out of wedlock. It don't matter if you live with the woman or you live with the man. If you're not married, what is it all for?
Hey, JB made a good point in the chat. I didn't know that if she's promoting JB, if she's promoting that it's not about happiness, I'm totally aligned with that. That's actually what I said yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear that part. All I've heard was that basically it sounded like she was dogging President Obama for whatever the case may be. But I did not read that particular book. But if she is promoting that it's not about happiness, it's more about duty, I'm totally for that, and I'm totally aligned with that. That is good.
You can't be happy all the time. Think about
happiness is elusive and deceptive. It's no such thing.
It's relative and it's fleeting.
Yeah, exactly. It's so temporary, so elusive, and so deceptive that it's not even worth chasing.
So my
dad, and you know what?
My dad told me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Black people, we have not, even when we do get that bit of happiness or whatever to feel good, we don't even know how to enjoy the moment. We don't know how to enjoy the moment or bask in the moment of what we have right now. Because there are some erotic moments in your life when you with a mate, a husband that you connect with, or a wife that you connect with. And you hold on to those moments, right, Mike? You hold on to those moments. I'm a woman. I'm coming from a woman's point of view. I don't know what y'all do with it, but I've been teaching women to hold on to it.
Be prepared to answer the question. All right. What female celebrity would you allow
Debbie
to be a role model
Allen.
for your daughter?
Debbie Allen.
Wow.
Debbie Allen. She's married
in
to
the same family. Y'all did Felicia Rashad?
Oh, I like her. She married to a guy that I had a crush on, baby, because he used to play when he played basketball. I wanted him. I was like 15.
You getting off topic, Auntie J. Look at you over there reliving your glory days. We don't want to know your highlight reel.
Okay, right. Debbie Allen, though. She's not been in the media. She's not been scandalized. She raised her children. They're living a happily ever after type of life.
All right, bet. I like that one. Sparkle. What if you had a daughter? I don't know. Do you have a daughter?
I have a stepdaughter.
All right. What female celebrity would you allow to be her role model?
Okay, let me just throw a caveat in, because something you guys said earlier has been bugging me all night about this raising your daughter to be a wife thing. I think you can inspire that. However, I don't think you're guaranteed to raise a wife because you set the example. I think by personality, some women have that nature naturally and some don't. So that's just my opinion there. However, I thought of two female celebrities. Both have long-term marriages. Both raise their children well. It seems from what I can see. Classy women, you don't hear of any scandal. The first would be Nicole Irie Parker, and the second would be Patricia Heaton. Both very successful within the celebrity sphere, but I don't recall ever seeing any images of either of them looking scandalous, looking crazy, and long-term marriages, successful children. So yeah.
Got you. All right. I think I definitely knew where you were going with the Nicole Ari Parker. I wasn't familiar with the other lady.
She was the wife in Everybody Loves Raymond.
Got you.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports, are you there?
Yes, I am.
What female celebrity?
I had Debbie Allen so I had her, but I also had Angela Bassett. I mean, I know one of her son did something stupid recently, but
as they do.
Say that.
As they do. If my mom was a celebrity, I'd be doing stupid stuff too.
Yeah, so they both been in long-term marriages, Debbie Allen and Norm Nixon, and Angela Bassett with my man Courtney Vance. They seem like they're straight up, and no scandals that I know of. So I think those are some people at least look up to for a young woman.
I like the Angela Bassett one. It just longevity in general. And wasn't it just reported that she's the most paid female actor in TV or something?
She might be.
She's pretty great. She's very graceful.
I read that this week.
Yeah,
she seems to be very graceful. Yeah,
that's something classy to be noted, because she's actually been a powerhouse for quite a bit.
Yeah, quite decades.
Somebody was talking about Nia Long as a powerhouse. Like, Nia Long been in supporting roles her whole life.
No, I've always considered Angela Bassett to be like my step TV mom. Like
she's real regal. Yeah.
She's always her and Lawrence Fishburne, like they're just my parents. I mean, they're just
that's a good choice. I like that.
Anytime they're together, I listen to them because I just feel like these are what my parents should be.
Hey, look, my favorite was when she played the Jackson's mom. I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you no more.
I love her.
It was a lie. It was a treat.
No, crazy. It's like, how can we say Angela Bassett and she literally played one of the roles that that sparked one of the most toxic trends in the Black community ever?
Hey, but look, she's iconic and she's graceful and she seems to be classy. You don't hear about her.
Do you know why I like this lady? Do you know why I like this lady?
She's a little too muscular though.
She won like a Golden Globe, or I don't know if it was an Emmy or something like that years ago. And the weirdest part is that women got to take cues from men. When a man gets up there after getting his biggest accomplishment, he always thanks the people within his house that made it possible. I would like to thank my wife. I would like to. When a married woman gets up there, I think it is so classless that you go out and thank anybody before you thank your husband. That lady, Angela Bassett, like, let the room settle down. She was like, that man. I was like, ooh, give me the feels, lady. That man right there. Said his whole name. What? Courtney B. Van. I was like, good God, that's what I'm talking about. Thank that man.
Also, side she seems one of the natural ones. She hasn't had everything cut and chopped up, and she hasn't had all the work done, and she still looked good. So
yeah, she's graceful. She's aged very well. I just think she is a little too muscular, but hey, that's a whole nother story.
I will say it. She still got that. All right, let me stop. All right.
What? You be looking at that old woman, but I think you were 60.
You're looking
60.
You know
I'll
what?
look
It's
at that
cool.
old
If
woman
I'm the
butt, man.
only
She
one,
too
if I'm
old,
the only
man.
one,
I ain't
that's
even
cool.
noticed she had a butt.
Yeah, get off my panel, Israel.
I think she has enough
Yeah.
class and grace to play like the first lady if ever there was like
He
a
laughing. He
Obama
like, I'm like,
biopic or something like that.
I'm like.
I think
All
she
right,
could play like Michelle.
Africo Pop, is that what you want us to call you?
Yeah, you can. Well, Coco with Africa Pop, Mommy Health and Fitness. Ow, shameless plug. But yeah, you can call me Africa Pop. You can call me Coco.
Coco sounds appropriate.
Yes.
All right,
So
so you know the question. Go ahead.
yes. So the celebrity mentor. I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with her, but she is Dr. Laura Schlesinger. So she had a show she's been in radio. Now she's in Sirius XM for over 30 years. She has an advice show with pretty conservative values that gives advice to men and women when it comes to relationship, parenting, marriage. So in terms of a mentor, and she's been sound for the past 30 years. Honorable mention would be, even though she's not necessarily a celebrity, I think Denzel Washington's wife, because you see Pauletta, I believe her name is. You see her. Denzel Washington is really private, but he showcases her. He loves her, but she stays in the background and she still does her own thing, but her husband is the star, which is Denzel. And then if you listen to some of Denzel's interviews and then see the children, they have beautiful Black children. I think Don David is an up and coming actor too, and star too. And you can really tell that they didn't fall into that Hollywood hype. They're very outside of Denzel and him doing his roles, they are very private. And I'm not going to get into Will and Jada but
We don't say that name on the
Nope,
show.
No
that's
one would
curse
say
Keep
words.
my
that.
Nope,
wife's name
nope,
out your
that's
mouth.
curse words right
No
there.
one
Nope.
says Jada.
Nope.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
That's a
If
different table.
anybody,
That's a
but
different
what I'm saying
table.
is that they are the example that unfortunately that other couple should have followed. And I know they probably had conversations, but I just, again, Denzel and Pauletta, I love what I've seen over the course of time because they've been married over 20 something years. They both were actors, actresses, but she doesn't feel like she has to be out in the limelight because her husband's there. I think from what we've seen or what I've seen publicly, she's a good honorable mention in terms of a mentor for a future daughter. So
all right, that's good. I do. So I'm glad you did say it, but you weren't saying it in the way that I thought you were going to say it. We don't have a toxic panel today, ladies and gentlemen. I knew I was going to hear some kind of Jada by now, or
No, keep my wife's name out your mouth. Fucker.
Yo,
Name
we
out your
don't have a
mouth.
toxic panel, so thank y'all for that. All right, CODMP. What female celebrity would you let be a role model for your daughter?
I really don't see any real examples within the female celebrities, but like just to try to speak on like a phenotype or a prototype, it would be like, a Shahrazad Ali or something like that, or and then I was thinking about Dominique, the gymnast, the Olympic gymnast. You know what I'm talking about? She's
Talking
real
about
short.
Dominique Dawes
Dominique
or Simone Biles.
The one that's going on right now. Her
Simone Biles.
And then when I think about, I'm just thinking about just looking at personality types. I don't see no celebrities that are really I would want to be a role model for my daughter. But the Chloe girl, what's her name?
Chloe Bailey.
Yeah, like when I look at their temperament, when I look at their behavior, when I look at their attitude and how they carry themselves, that's as far as I can see. Just thinking about having little girls actually and trying to find some role model within the celebrities, I don't see none.
Well, but they be out.
wait, Chloe the
Chloe
singer?
be out naked. She be out
Yeah.
naked, bro. She is
She be
scantily
very
clad, bro.
Hey, y'all, real quick.
She is
I'm not
scantily
talking about
clad.
her being scanned and stuff, but she is in the limelight. She is kind of like a performing like a celebrity and everything. But I'm talking about if you listen to them, if you ever heard them talk, if you've ever watched their videos and see how they speak and what they talk about, this is somebody I would be safe. My little 12-year-old girls, I would be fine with them following these two girls on Instagram, Twitter, and watching them because they conduct themselves properly. They behave
Mm,
properly.
She's too scantily clad. I don't know. You might want to look at that one
You want to
again,
look at
fam.
her
All
Instagram.
right,
Yeah, you might want to look at that one again.
hold on.
Naked.
So that was my wife, y'all.
That's
Hold on. My wife just called. We got to take a quick praise break. All right. So my daughter has just been accepted to a classical charter school. Her education is now solid. Give praise to the
Congratulations. Congratulations. Woo!
Yeah.
Congratulations, fam.
As we speak, that came
Celebration.
in. So praise to the Most
Jubilation.
High.
Congratulations.
Celebration, jubilation.
For those of y'all who don't know, stop talking about private school all the time. Some of these charter schools are better than the private school. That's why they're so competitive. And I told her when we took the visit 2 weeks ago, I said, she was like, "What are you doing sticking your head in all these classrooms?" I'm like, "I'm counting the black kids. So I know how good of a chance we got because I know they got quotas they got to meet."
Celebration, jubilation.
Yes.
Good job.
Hey, do you know this school keeps kids together K through 12? Like,
oh, wow. Okay.
Wow.
Do you understand the level of education your kids are going to get when all of them are the same aptitude?
That's
where
what's up.
it's nobody holding the class back and they get in those kidney table, round table discussions. Man, when we saw this school, we were like, okay, we got to get in here. You know,
that's good stuff, man.
That's
good stuff. Congratulations, man. For real.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh,
Excited to hear it.
I'm so hyped right now. All right.
There you go.
So, into Black Dragon, what female celebrity would you let be a role model for your daughter?
Like I was saying, like top of my head, I say Michelle Obama only because look who she married and look how she carries herself with the person that she married. I say that example because before they were anything, they were a couple, right? And they were both lawyers, right? So they had their whole relationship started based off of mutual respect, and then it grew into a marriage, and now they have a family, and then look what they've achieved. Like,
and she had to lower herself in order for his profile to rise. Because I did read her book Becoming. So yeah, she had to give that up.
Oh yeah. So which brings me to the point, like
she won't go be shit. She won't go be shit. No,
right, but look, sacrifice.
I'm just playing.
But sacrifice, commitment, a long term. Like, she had these things before he was even thinking about being a senator or before even being president. So that's the kind of marriage I would want, outside of politics, outside of the fame, outside of everything like that. She obviously was raised correctly to not only be a wife, but a mother and a partner all at the same time. She never saw herself above her man. She saw herself and knew what role she had to play as far as the family goes. She's not raised with, I don't need a man. She's not raised with, I'm better than my man and he listens to me, and if he doesn't listen to me, then I'm gone. Like, I don't see the kind of car crash or potential car crash in their marriage compared to your common celebrity. So I would want her to at least write a book about marriage strictly just from that, before the fame, before the presidency, just a boy liking a girl.
Hey, you know that Barack was getting someone. He was in a White House too.
What? Whoa!
Wow.
He wasn't uptight.
Knocking on my door. Hold on. You know the Secret Service. He still got a Secret Service detail. Okay, so they're not about to come knocking on my door.
This is not House of Cards.
Because marriage politics is, I think the government is worse than House of Cards, if you want to be honest.
Oh yeah.
But let me speak on the Michelle Obama thing, because I've actually been really critical of her lately because of how outspoken she's been. But it's only because they're the Obamas. I got to get out of that habit of, like, you expect so much from people that you forget they're human, right? So she's actually done the work. Like I think you alluded to, this lady gave up a lot,
right,
for her husband's career, and that's what she's supposed to do. And he kept pushing. She even, said, like, look, we were about to break up behind his second run for Senate.
Yeah.
Because he lost the first time. She was like, I'm not about to stand behind this dude. And look what her sticking in there did for his image. Because y'all remember, half of this stuff is about image. That dude had to be damn near perfect as even if he's half white. If you look like he do, you're considered black.
Right.
So if his background wasn't perfect, spotless, she was part of that validation. Like, well, damn, he got the wife.
Yeah, that's true.
So if she didn't stick in there, he wouldn't be, who he was today. So
Put
I
it
got to
in
give her that credit.
And Trigger Mike, to your point, can I speak? And she didn't marry him for the come up or because of his money, because they both graduated from Ivy League law schools, but he decided to step down the money to be a community organizer, which means that she had to, like, she was in a top law firm, but she had to, because now they had small kids, give that up to be able to be there for her children, and knowing that she would have a diminished ability to make money due to having to change her career path so that she could be there for her children, so that her husband could live his dream. So I think, especially when we talk about independent women, I think a lot of independent women have Michelle messed up in terms of, oh, well, Barack was already gonna know. Barack chose to not go the money lawyer route. He chose to be in politics, and not worse than that, but in the community organizing sector, where there's not a lot of money when you start up being. So I just think that people, again, go into that Disney fantasy when it comes to women and what all these women have done or accomplished, not realizing the hard work, the sacrifices that they've had to do to be able to be. Now it's changed. But again, she was with him from the ground up. Like he said yesterday, Trigger Mike, most of these women that get with these very successful men, and these men are loyal and dedicated to these women, is because they were with them when they didn't have nothing and they were grinding. So
they was with him when he was shooting in the gym.
But here's the thing. These are the women who understand that there's no such thing as happily ever after. After you say I do is when you start to build. She was ready to get in the trenches and build. She didn't come expecting it all on a plate, silver platter. She knew, okay, I'm gonna have to sacrifice, I'm gonna have to work, I'm gonna have to put myself behind my husband and let him lead us to glory.
Yep.
I don't see her with any Gucci, any Louis, any kind of like Versace glasses. You don't see Michelle.
Hey, hold on,
she
Black Dragon. Hold on, Anti Black Dragon.
She got it.
Hold on, Anti Black Dragon.
She got it.
She wear all that stuff. Christy Louis Vuittons.
Hold on, she got clothes in the museum. This lady was
she wears all that stuff. Yeah, she
like
wears all that stuff.
It was presidential, of course, but they made stuff just for this lady.
Yeah.
She didn't have it back then. She definitely got that now.
Yeah, Louis. Gucci,
right. She has. But she's not but you look at her. She's not a model. She's not any of these modern women out here with a fur coat and none.
You see that? You see that stature? You see that stature in those arms? They couldn't wait to put clothes on that lady.
My God.
All right. Israel, did you go?
Yeah, I went over.
Yeah, you went. John the Baptist. What I want to hear this from you too. I think you're gonna be like nobody, but what female celebrity would you let be a role model for your daughter?
Hey, Mary Magdalene.
You just said it. I don't vouch. I do not vouch. It's not my job to discuss on what women should and should not be. It's up to the father and the husband of the women to vouch. So therefore, I don't get into that. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. I knew it. I called it.
So Mary Magdalene, in other words. Okay, Mary Magdalene.
Yeah, let me.
The Virgin Mary.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, we got it.
That's about it.
She is the best example.
We got it.
If every man could literally say, "Who would you want your daughter to be?" Is definitely Mary Magdalene. Chastity belts for life. All right, and immaculate conceptions only. For me, I actually got. So let me explain. Don't jump on me. I got Fantasia down. Here's why. Okay. She hasn't even done it all the right way. She definitely had a baby hella young. But the reason I put Fantasia in here is not only is she married, this woman is outspoken against the sisterhood. She is like outspoken. She is like, he's the leader. Every podcast she go, they try to give her smoke. She like, he leads the house. I'm Fantasia. So what? I'll follow his lead, his this, his that. Boy, she is outspoken about that. So I don't think that can be ignored.
Okay.
A lot of people don't realize that. Now, I might regret this next one because now she's getting more famous. She might completely go left. But Tabitha Brown, that lady, something about that lady and her.
Who is that?
She's like this vegan person that got big on like TikTok or Instagram.
Oh,
she got a children's show with Tab. She got an afro. She was the one Wendy Williams got. She got into it with.
I'm familiar.
Wendy Williams came after her for saying that she wanted to retire her husband because her husband held the whole house down while she chased her dreams of being an actress. So he became a cop just so he could hold the house down. And now that she the big one that got all the money, she's like, I'm taking you out of that damn job and retired her husband.
Now she shouldn't have said that out loud because he
shouldn't
may have. Yeah, she should have. But
That's
I
why I'm more
understand.
like, yo, now that you're famous, don't be, just keep your business in house. Like, don't start talking about your story. That's where things start breaking down because you're really trying to boost yourself up. Because some people are like, no, you gonna let your wife retire you? You're supposed to be working forever. Now I'm dealing with all this unnecessary flack. So that's why I'm kind of on the fence about her. This one probably gonna surprise y'all. I would let Nancy Pelosi be a role model for my daughter. Do y'all know her story?
No.
Not only is she pretty much the most governmentally the most powerful woman that ever lived. This lady,
what if she's the biggest terrorist ever?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm just talking about marriage alone.
Oh,
this lady put her whole career on hold to raise all of her children before she even got into politics.
Oh, wow.
All of them. Every single one.
How many?
Didn't know that.
How many?
Did not know that.
She got hella kids. Look it up.
Yeah.
This lady put her kids on only. Listen, don't jump on me. I'm talking about marriage only, not politics. I am a conservative. But when we really break it down on people's story alone and just be like, how did you do it? How did you adhere to these principles? That lady raised all of her kids before she even ran her first race. Tell me a woman that's done that way. You're gonna struggle. All right. So that's
can I do a pushback though?
Yeah.
Not just on yours, the whole panel. All the examples that you listed, the people that you listed, what if you found out they were staunch feminists?
When you say staunch feminist, what? Because there's different waves of feminism.
He says
so
staunch,
what is the
staunch?
But what is that? That's not.
They'd have to always have to walk different, talk different, and think different in order to be a feminist. Like the people who we're talking about aren't that, and they've never been that.
That's true.
And as old as they are, they'll never fucking be that.
I would just say I'm not saying individually who you guys spoke on because I'm not going to address the issue.
Young enough, maybe.
I would just say. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, if who we were talking about as far as celebrity role models, if they were young enough, they can grow a few years and then they start talking different. You know what I mean?
I'd be more accepting of feminism if they behaved like the people that we spoke about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like if they were still like personally in the closet feminists, but in public, and you know what I'm saying, behaved that way and conducted and carried themselves in a respectful way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care about their religious or personal beliefs or ideologies in the closet or in private, but if they conducted and walked around and behaved and treated men and themselves in a certain way, like Michelle or whatever, I wouldn't care if they were feminists. That's your little ideology. That's your little whatever. Like,
but if they spoke on this shit, made it known, how would you feel?
I would still have more respect for their minds, and I don't think just their character. They would push feminism because feminism has no integrity. But I'm saying the way that they conduct themselves. So that's what it was all about me when I was trying to find a celebrity that I could actually put as a role model for my daughters. I'm looking at their behavior, how they conduct themselves, you know what I'm saying, how they speak. When you look at their relationships, how do they act with their men or the type of men that they choose and that type of thing as a role model, because you ain't gonna find something perfect. But I'm just looking like if my daughter was to follow this person day to day, they're not going to be into drugs. They're not going to be into no like whole culture. You know, they're not going to be fighting with men. I'm just looking for that type of role model, you know.
Damn.
Right. There's nobody that's perfect. There's nobody that's perfect.
Let me put this one up because this is a bomb one. This dude said, John O said, Amy Coney Barrett. Let me tell you why.
Who's that?
That's
Supreme Court judge that believes in anti-abortion laws.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this lady, to John the Baptist's point, at some point, because she's a federal judge, you're gonna know everything she thinks. All these cases, the way she votes is the way she thinks. So I was gonna say, you're gonna know somebody like this. So I would probably.
Can someone mute? Who's that? Who's that? All the background noise. Can someone mute?
Who is that?
Who has all the background? Okay, that's cool.
All right, so Israel, hold it down. I'm gonna ask this last question, and then I'm gonna step away real quick. So this
What's
is an
up, Beats?
apocalyptic. We're gonna start with Moses DTX first. This is an apocalyptic question. What up, podcast? So I want to know. I want you to dig into the depths of your mind so we can duke this one out. It's an apocalyptic question, never gonna happen, but I want to know what would happen if all men moved away. What would happen to these independent women? If all men went somewhere else and said, we're not dealing with you, what would happen to these independent women? Apocalypse style. Moses DTX, you're first. I'll be right back.
Okay, so first thing comes to mind, if they're all going to be alone and no man to provide provision, I think personally they're not going to do so well to even find themselves in a place how to understand who's going to lead them. There can be a lot of distraught, a lot of dysfunction, no order to chaos. It's going to be chaos and just a lot of fighting, because when women have this environment all alone without that leadership telling them, hey, just do this, rest in your femininity, and I'm gonna do this, be a man and do my masculinity things, that element that's missing, they're gonna look to each other, but they don't have that same thing as a man to find in each other. It's gonna be that fight that's gonna be there for them to think, well, if we're gonna fight each other, you're my competitor, you're not gonna get me what I want and my needs. They're not gonna be like that. I think it's gonna be like a lot of like those well, it's like that show on Amazon. It's called what's it called? It's like about an island of people on an island alone, and
Into the
soccer
wild.
girls.
Into
Yeah,
the wild.
That's
Into
the
the
soccer
wild.
Yes,
girls.
it's
Yeah,
gonna
them
be
soccer
just
girls.
like that.
Yeah.
They're gonna figure out. They're gonna end up like, I'm not gonna say the word, but someone's gonna end up deleting themselves by eating the wrong thing, the wrong berries, drinking the wrong water. Find out they saw this on TikTok in the past, and they said, I'm gonna do this right here on TikTok, and I'm gonna use that opportunity. No, you're gonna need a man. You need this. You need that raw power of man to take care of your provision. If you don't have provision, you're gonna end up hurting yourself. You're gonna end up hurting the person next to you, and you're gonna be frustrated because you don't have nothing there to protect you but yourself and other women. You don't trust them.
Okay, Sparkles, thanks.
Okay, so obviously there are exceptions to the rule. If anyone's ever watched Life Below Zero, you know there's the odd kick-ass woman that can handle it. But I think if all the men moved away, either the women would be trying to find out where did they go so I can follow, or or yeah, it would be a disaster. Like I say this all the time, women will stab each other in the front and the back. It's gonna become a competitive dog eat dog, me, every chick for herself type of atmosphere. You know, who's gonna do the plumbing? Who's gonna do the building? Who's gonna do the heavy manual labor? You know, to keep things moving. There's only going to be a couple of women probably strong enough to handle that job, and I think it would fall apart quick style. Now, the thing with a lot of women, the difference between men and women. Fundamentally, in my opinion, women are amazing ideas people. We come up with great concepts, we're great strategists, but men are the executioners. It's you guys who know how to do it and put it together. And for that reason, I think it would struggle. But I tend to do everything from a biblical standpoint. So I would be one of them women following where the men are. I'm not trying to do things by myself. Nope.
All right, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Just a second. Yeah, I was thinking about the Lord of the Flies scenario, but that would happen with men too. But in the absence of any real leadership, is hierarchies just tend to form, and chaos kind of reigns. But with women, let's just say since in the West, I mean, some of them been domesticated, not know a little bit about engineering and stuff like that. So it would probably take a little longer before they completely lose everything. I mean, there's women who know how to do electricity, know how to keep water running. It's not that they're not in charge of the infrastructure, but they know a little bit more about it now than they might have 20, 30, 40 years ago. But without men around, it was just absolute chaos. I mean, the estrogen will just rule. But then again, they'll form groups, and whoever the leader is going to be the leader. I don't know. lesbianism will reign. So whatever, so that's the bottom line. So, hey, by the way, the movie on Prime is called The Wilds, where with a whole bunch of chicks on an island by themselves.
Those are the ones that the soccer team that the plane
No, that's the
crashed or
yellow.
something like that?
That's the Yellow Jackets.
See,
that's on
that's
Showtime.
okay. I would say, yeah, that's based on a real story, true story, though, right?
Yep.
The one that with the plane.
I think so.
I Miss
So
Africa
that's my
is
take.
next.
So I would be life-size adult baby Moses to be hidden away and go off with my husband, and then I would be cooking and making the food for the men, because I know that left with the women, I would die off. Someone would either I have to stab someone in the back, or someone would stab me in the back. Would there be a whole bunch of arguing? There would be a whole bunch of no, we need to do this, no, we need to do that, and all that confusion and craziness would come to be. So no, it wouldn't see. And I think I just people don't understand history. People don't understand how the world works. People don't understand that men didn't build the world, and that's okay. Like, I mean, it is what it is. But because we have the convenience of modern technology, so many women are like, I'm independent, but you were able to be independent because the men made the world that way. It's fine to acknowledge that men made the world that way, which that's the delusion I don't get. Okay, you're independent, cool, but can you acknowledge the reason why you were able to do so is because men built these systems and these structures? Doesn't mean that we're not important as women, but we messed up when we confuse our roles and believe one gender is supposed to be all roles and all things to everybody. That's not how we're built or we're meant to be. So I'm gonna be off with the men's. Well, really, excuse me, not with the men's, with my husband, because I already know what's gonna happen. If we gonna kill we gonna die off. We gonna do things to each other. It's not gonna be pretty. It's already not pretty how it is now. So that's what's gonna happen.
Nice. All right, CEO DMP, what you got?
All right, so like I see the man I'm kind of being funny, you know what I'm saying? But I see the man walking off, and I see the beta boys are kind of scared to leave the women. So the women try to attach to the beta boys and convince them not to go and stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Then the beta boys get dragged and they get held, and we all the alphas, we walk off. And then there's like a couple of weeks that the beta boys are dealing with the women, and they realize that the women want the beta boys to do everything and don't know how to do nothing. So ultimately the beta boys come on and they come with us and they separate. And then there's a little bit of time that they're all together, and then all of a sudden there's one side of the women that are going to start fighting with the feminists, because like how in the world, look what y'all situation y'all got us in. So they're going to beat up on the feminists, and the feminists are going to be pushed to the side. You know what I'm saying? And the sisters that know that they can't survive like this are going to go come out and start looking for us and where we went and everything. And then the other feminists, they going for a little bit, they're going to try to keep up and save face and try to act like they don't need men until, you know, a bear attack or something like that. And then they're going to come running too. You know what I'm saying? But there ain't nothing else going to go on with that.
Damn, that was very detailed, man, because in an apocalyptic world, that's the way I like to think about it. Like, who's going to try to rule who's going to try to defect? Interesting viewpoint. Into Black Dragon, what you got?
Well, shit. First of all, I think that if men go off and get disappeared or can go somewhere else, I do think there's a faction of women that'll be celebratory for the first couple days, throwing parties, getting drunk. All the men are gone. All the problems are gone. After the party is over and there's real work to do, then it's like, well, who's going to do this work? And it's like, well, how about you butch lesbians over there? You guys are the closest thing to men. They're going to get drafted as quote unquote men to do everything that the real men did. Then they're going to get bitchy. And then all of a sudden, instead of the mask, all that masculine is just going to be worn out, and they're going to be, and that feminine's like, well, where are the real men that did all this every day, all day, 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 a year? So I think
You're
there's
not
also
even wrong. That's so true.
there's going to be a small faction of smart women.
Tradition versus modern. That's going to be
right. There's going to be a small faction of women who are smart enough And wise enough, they're going to be the Dr. Emmett Browns, and they're going to build a machine, whether it be a space vehicle, time vehicle, and they're going to go find where the fuck we at. They're just going to go find wherever we're at. Those are going to be
they quickly going to gain a very healthy appreciation of men in our
They
absence.
are. They are. So that's just what's going to happen. They're going to celebrate for a while because they're not under our, patriarchy and society. And then they're going to be, and also there'll be another group of women that's just going to be, the whole thing is just clay and making dildos and sex toys and all that kind of stuff. So there's going to be different factions of women, doing different stuff. That's all I got.
Oh man!
Hey, whenever you tell your story, you got to narrate it. We got to see it. You got.
Yeah. No, these are getting good because that was the question I had in my head before I got back. I was like, are they gonna go ask those butch women to step up, or are they just gonna try to take over off rip? Like, come to, because it's definitely an opportunity to be like, hey, we can take care of this.
Right.
Come on over.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that would be interesting to see. Israel, what you got?
All right. So, let's just say all the men get raptured up and get taken away, and all the women are left here on Earth. I think there's a show like that. I didn't watch that crap, but anyway, so initially because the Earth still has the structures and the resources in place, they're going to be good until those resources and those structures start to fall and need maintenance, right? So they're going to be able to survive. I would give them a good 6 months maybe to survive as it were, until all the resources died out, until all the structures and all the infrastructures needed to be maintained. So then when that happens, then so of course women are going to be getting together, and they're going to have these slumber parties, and they're going to have these big no dudes parties or whatever the case may be, and they be hooking up and everything, right? But then after a while, what's going to happen is when they have to maintain stuff and when they have to go and hunt, it's going to be a problem. Yeah. So they're like my boy Enter the Dragon said, they're gonna recruit, the masculine, quote unquote masculine women and men, whatever. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know the classification these days. I don't know what to say, but what I'm trying to say. Yeah, all the women that were born women, but maybe look like men, and they're gonna recruit them to go out. But what's gonna happen is this. See, they're all gonna bleed all at the same time, right? And then they're gonna get ate by the bears and by the wolves and the lions.
I forgot about that.
And that's gonna be a wrap. Once they start all bleeding at the same time and they don't have no way to stop it up, it's a wrap. So that's it.
Yep. Y'all are taking my answers, man. We're gonna get to John the Baptist before y'all take my answer completely. But you're right about that one. That was my first one. John the Baptist. All the men left. What would happen to women?
Well, first of all, it would be like the Cowboys organization.
Oh, snaps. We went there.
Bang, bang.
I need
Go Eagles. Shout out to Philly. Go Eagles.
What's up, CEO? But nah, it would be very. It would be very. I thought highly of you too. I saw that in your background. I was like, I can't let that ride like that. But anyway, though, it would be very chaotic, confusing at first. But do you have a small percentage of women who were raised by a father who was a hunter-gatherer type mentality, and so they would kind of like be the ones who would kind of take the semi role of being a man, because they actually know how to survive a little bit off of, because their dad taught them something. They were around men that taught them something. And so all the other women would try to flock to them for their resource, because naturally women who are feminine in nature and don't know how to provide, they normally flock to people who can provide. So I kind of see it like chaos would start off in the beginning, but it would settle down. And those who could hunt, those who could survive, because they were taught by their father, they would attract a whole lot of women who couldn't do what they could do. But it wouldn't last long, because the women who were actually efficient in surviving, they would get upset too, because they realized, I can't take care of all y'all.
Mm-hmm. And they start fighting.
I'm not built to take care of all y'all. So, I mean, it's going to eventually just fall apart too.
But look, why people in the chat keep talking about trans women? Trans women are not in this scenario, y'all. I don't know why y'all keep
We talk about women. There's no
They
trans
gonna
women.
they gonna leave. They're gonna become who they are real
Right,
quick.
exactly.
But
There
the
ain't no
trans
trans
women, they
women.
not gonna come with the men.
It's just
They
women.
they
They'll
side
take off that wig.
No, the
like,
trans women are definitely going with the dudes. Y'all,
Oh yeah.
They
it's
going
women.
they like, you about to leave me with the no.
Not with these.
Look,
All right.
look, honestly,
Podcast, you there?
all jokes aside, in all seriousness, I think, it
Yeah.
would start chaotic and you'd have a few people trying to take leadership, but there'd be a lot of women that would fall to their knees and start having a real come to Jesus moment, praying for husbands, praying for survival, praying for salvation. It would get real deep. People would get biblical fast in that situation.
Oh yeah. Ooh,
I say that as a Christian
Absolutely.
because I'm like that anyway, but there'd be a lot of women.
Here's a question.
And wait,
All right,
out the mud, Cody, we love women, man. We just saying if there was no men, we love women. I don't know why you say y'all don't want no women. Yeah, we love women, fam. What you talking about? I would not. Let me say this. Let me say the way. Hold on, fam. Let me say this straight up. I would not want to live in a world where there were no women. I personally would never want to live in a world where there's no women.
It's exactly the same for these independent.
I love women.
It's the same thing. All these independent women who say, "Oh, I can do battle by myself," love men. They just don't want to admit it.
Oh yeah,
I would never want to live in a world.
These
without
women. The funny part about it is we claim like we got a problem with submission in the community, but these women are very sexually submissive. They love men. You gotta think about that. So, what you gonna do, ladies?
I was
They
thinking,
love that demonic submission.
Would get weak and creep back and wouldn't even be able
Indeed.
to stay away
Demonic.
from the women.
That's a good way to do it.
Ultimately go back and help them sustain. Like when we're supposed to be teaching them a lesson, how many men would get weak and wouldn't stick to the script, stick to the code, and they be creeping back all the side. You know what I'm saying? And we wondering why we sit over here without the women.
Okay, but here's the question: would they do that because they want to be protective of the women, or would they do it because they're carnal and horny, and they see
horny?
You see, this is what I'm saying.
But as men, we would know that they probably die out there by themselves, so we probably stay on the perimeter and watch them, like babysit them.
It's a sick joke. They don't have the characteristics.
So it's a bit of
we love you too, Peaches. We love you too.
There's a bit of the protection factor in there. A little bit.
I be telling the brothers, don't be mad. We got to keep an eye on them, man. They're gonna die out there, man.
Here's the scenario.
Any woman named Peaches, we love you too, Peaches. We love Peaches.
Here's the scenario. If all women in the world woke up at the same time and said, we're all gonna strike, we're not having it, we want men to change, they can strike for maybe a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Men would find a way to survive with women on strike. Flip it.
Of course.
That ain't happening. When men on strike, when men wake up one morning and we say, all this feminist bullshit with y'all women, we're not having it. If we stuck for 1 day, 1 hour, they're not getting on that bus. They can't run that train. They can't get to their flight. They can't get their hair appointment, nail appointment. The bank ain't open. The bank ain't open. The Dow ain't open. Nothing
my answer.
run by men is open for you women. Y'all will drop the bullshit.
But that's because you men are logistical. You would think, okay, what needs to be done? Let's go. Let's fix this. Let's sort that out. We get all emotional and hysterical and we start panicking. Whereas
we need to get on strike and give you your time to figure it out. We need to strike. If men all struck and we say, you know what, we're just going to sit it out until you women get together in your little coffee classes or whatever the hell you need to do and figure out what a woman really is and how a woman's supposed to behave. If we gave y'all that 1 week and we just said, hey, men, we're not doing anything. All these women are out of control.
The world will fall apart.
It would fall apart for women.
It would. Hey, but listen, they keep talking about taxes. Listen, y'all ain't gonna have no taxes. You talking about crime? Oh, y'all deleting each other. Y'all are eating each other. Y'all deleting each other. Y'all are fighting. Oh, crime is gonna go up exponentially because you're not gonna have no resources. You're not gonna be able to do anything. So y'all are gonna infight and turn on each other like a pack of wild beasts and hyenas.
Yep. Let me read these super chats real quick. Maestro Stevens, $2. Appreciate that. Pauletta Washington. Well, I mean, she's not a celebrity per se, but that's a celebrity's wife. And I really love their story. Raised all her kids. Didn't she go to Juilliard? Very talented woman. Gotta love a talented woman. Sherwin Thomas, $2. Doesn't the Bible say cling to your wife, though?
It does.
John the Baptist, does it say that?
It does.
It does. Love C. Oh,
I'm sorry, I missed that. I was doing something else.
Clement Gray, $5. Appreciate that. If men disappeared, there would be no more existence. God himself would have no need for women. It was Eve who was tricked by Satan. Genesis 3:16. Damn, he always bring
bars.
He got them on these verses on like. I got to get like that.
Bars.
I mean, not only is it true, yeah. Let me podcast. What's up, man? What's going on, bro?
Chilling, man. It was good.
What's good? What's good?
What's
If men decided that we were all leaving and just going somewhere else, we're not dealing with these women no more, what would happen to those women?
The world would be at peace. The women would survive. They would be great. No, I'm just.
My podcast. Bye.
He just trolling. He trolling.
Treason.
He
trolling. He ain't trolling. He ain't trolling.
For real though.
You guys would get bored fast because women and most
so
men's motivation.
I had some time to think about it because all y'all went on long ass soliloquies. But I'm gonna just say, to make it short and sweet, 30% would be killed off, 30% would die off, 30% would convert back to traditionalism and find their way back to the men, and 10% would find a way to survive via a lower form of existence.
Hey, that's pretty profound.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
That's pretty profound.
Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
That was very good answer.
Good answer.
A little bit of,
but I'm not shocked by you. I'm not shocked by your podcast because you normally do.
I would like. I'm gonna be funny a little bit. Like I just think about it this way: what would happen to their cars, bro? Like cars would stop working.
Oh yeah, they be riding bikes, man.
First off, have we forgot who transports everything around this world?
Who runs the world, man?
Once the gas is over, once the gas runs out, who's running the refineries to produce more gas? So y'all walking everywhere now. Hopefully you can pedestrian your ass to wherever you need to get to.
Oh, they got bicycles though. They got bicycles.
I was gonna say
we got bikes, we got roller skates, we are
bet. You got a bike.
Horses.
Hold on. Watch this. You got a bike. Once the grocery store food runs out, where's the food getting transported in from? Are women farmers? Nope. Who's growing the food? Y'all saying 6 months? These women are gonna die within months.
I think 6 months. You gotta give it 6 months because there's
farmers
surplus.
Are men.
There's surplus all around the world, so you gotta give it like 6 months.
The farmers are men. I was gonna say, yeah, you're right. Canned goods. They're gonna be eating beans.
Yeah, beans. Yeah.
Damn.
Until
they run out.
No, they are gonna die. Like podcast said, a large group of them are gonna die because whoever gets there first is gonna hoard it.
Yeah.
Whoever
they're gonna be fighting over it.
So I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna push back on this a little bit. Because there are some women. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Who's manning the factories, heating and cooling? They're gonna die. If it's wherever it's winter, they're gonna die. Who's manning those factories? Not a damn nobody. Oh, by the way, there's no electricity. Women don't run that either. They are going to die quicker than y'all talk about.
And animals are going to come for them.
And then Israel made an excellent point. Women don't notice. I don't know why, but those of you who have spent any time in the woods doing any kind of hunting, it is the human male that keeps all wildlife at bay. They smell the human male. They say, don't go there. That's why when they say a bear is lost. It didn't even mean to be there. It gets scared and kills the male first because it smells the dominant person there. If all they smelled was estrogen and blood, no more human males here. No guns here. Like
that's your ass, Mister.
That's your ass. Like literally, like come on, ladies, y'all are gonna die off quicker than the men to talk about. Anybody got pushback for that?
Only when it comes to dealing with the food.
So we're gonna go around one time. Oh, dealing with the food. What's up?
So I think women could probably grow gardens. Now I don't know how long that would last for us. Like,
but how many really are gardeners? Though? Let's be real.
Like, come on, like how many
modern women gardens?
You know what? Here's the pushback for that, John the Baptist. Here's the pushback. Who's now? We know how women are. It is not community first. It's me first. Women are extremely selfish. Who's going to take the time to teach the group of women? Men are literally the, I don't know, whatever, the glue in the community. We've always said it was women. Women are just kind of the glue in their own home. They're the people that put out the philosophy that the men put out. Like they work the philosophy that the men put out. These women will not focus on us. They'll focus on themselves. They're a little individual group.
So I met my match. You're right. I back off that argument.
Yeah. What up, big dog?
I thought that might be an option, but
what up, Cody?
Actually, John.
Yo, sipping ass.
What up, Cody?
What up,
You look like
Israel?
you
What
was
up,
what up,
lame man?
Why you sipping over
Yo,
here, man?
fake New York and Carolina. Hey,
yes,
man, y'all so full of shit on this.
I knew he was about to blow the whole thing.
I tried to look.
I knew he was
let
about to
him
blow
rock.
the
Go
whole
ahead,
thing.
Cody.
Go ahead, Cody. You got
Man, why y'all so full of shit on this goddamn pound of big dog? Lil Podcast, what good with you, big dog?
What up, Cole?
Hey, man, you know I'm chilling, bro. I've been fucking with you. You know what I'm saying?
No
Hey,
doubt.
man. Hey, y'all fuck with y'all. Hey, what good with the pound of y'all? Go everybody straight on this good Tuesday.
It's Wednesday, though, but
Wednesday,
okay.
right? You don't,
I'm
don't
Look,
trip.
you a day behind. See, we know you about to say some
Hey,
bullshit.
late the dollar short. Come on, Cody. You got to catch up, Cody. You got to catch up.
Look, though, big dog, this way y'all tripping it, because I normally hear y'all love to put in stats and figures and numbers and everything y'all talk about, big dog. You know what I'm saying? But now all of a sudden, 100% of men gonna get up and just walk off. Man, y'all got to be the ignorant group. Hey, look, big dog.
It's a hypothetical
Hey, man.
I said
situation, man.
apocalyptic.
Hey, it's
dog.
a hypothetical situation, Cody. We
Man,
can't
it
have no
don't
damn fun.
hypothetically work that way. It ain't even
It's the
hypothetically work
apocalypse.
that way.
We got raptured up,
Man,
Cody.
y'all
Damn,
really
man.
tripping out here,
He
big
said
dog.
it was
He
apocalypse.
got
It was
raptured,
apocalypse.
bro.
We got
Cody.
raptured up, man.
Man,
We
Shit.
had no choice. We
yeah,
was all gone. We had no choice. We was
man,
gone.
I understand. I forget.
He
You
said it
froze.
ain't hypothetically working that way.
He said he can't even imagine
He
stepping
glitching
off.
off. But it can also happen. I didn't want to get graphic with it. That's exactly what happens when countries get conquered. They kill the men.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So
They
it can
definitely
actually
do.
happen. It's not going to happen where it's like all men, but all men in a region, all men in a country. It absolutely has happened. Jail them,
They kill the kids too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Kill the kids, take the women.
Yep.
So it can happen. Let's be clear.
And that kind of
likely to
ties
happen in
back
America, though.
to earlier when they saying that women can't provide the discipline or really ain't the discipline with the kids. Then in the absence of men, the whole generation, the whole race has no chance. If you saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that she can't be strict until that kid exactly. You can't be that bear at night. You can't be screaming. You can't be hollering. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be running off and getting lost and stuff like that. But you saying that the women can't be that disciplinarian. So that's as soon as the men are gone, there's nobody there who can keep the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds safe because the women can't be disciplinarian. According to
but
you're right.
But even that's generally speaking, because like I say, I knew a lot of women who were super strict and they weren't violent with their children either. They were hardcore disciplinarian women. So it depends who you're looking to. Like I guess it's in general terms.
I was gonna address that when you said it last time. That's the exception, not the rule.
Of course.
Right.
However,
it is nowhere
even to
near.
touch on what John the Baptist was saying about gardens, right? I was taught how to garden as a child, and my husband actually is a gardener. He runs a gardening business, so he gave me a lot of tips on how to grow your own food and all the rest of it. There are some of us women, maybe we are the exception, I don't know, but there's quite a lot of women who've gotten into growing their own food and gardening.
So you also speaking to why women are going to have to be selfish. Look at how many women are going to be dependent on you. I said I made a joke last 4th of July about this very thing. And one of my wife's friends talking about something. I know some female mechanics. No, the hell you don't.
She might know one.
You might know one. You might know one.
Jolie on the movie Go. Angelina Jolie on the movie Go.
How many oil changes is this woman gonna do a day so the rest of y'all can roll around? Get the hell out of here.
Do you honestly believe, are we kind of like being opposite of feminism? Do you honestly believe that, with these women and their jobs, I can go down the street to a Jiffy Lube and they hired like 4 females. Do you think that they really couldn't handle themselves for a little while? But I think the problem.
Where you live at, fam? I ain't never seen no women at no Jiffy Lube.
I mean, it's a brand new. I ain't never seen it before.
I've seen one female work at a Jiffy Lube.
That's what I'm saying though, CODMP. Now it's like, who can do blank? Now everybody's bombarding. And look, women don't even like get up there and roll their sleeves up to try to help you and learn. They're gonna say, help me. They're gonna try to tug on your heartstrings. These people are gonna be like, man, I'm better off to fend for myself. They ain't gonna kill me.
Hey, Trigger Mike, they talk about somebody in the chat talk about men don't know how to change. Who don't know how to change tires? Who don't know how to don't know how to grow their own food and how to hunt?
Hold on. This is you never ever need to combat that. Here's why. Men, in each individual man does not know how to do a lot of things. But together we will figure out how to do everything.
Hey, listen, but I know how to do that stuff.
I'm a man.
In a group of 10 men, there's going to be a mechanic, there's going to be a contractor,
a butcher.
It's going to be somebody. It's going to be enough men in the group that we can carry on a group of 10 or 15. We can carry on a group.
No matter how many women there are, you put them together, they can't solve one thing.
It's like herding cats.
Hang on.
It's like herding cats.
In this scenario, when men are gone, what problem can women all agree with and
wait.
Before we go down that rabbit hole, that's gonna get real deep. That's gonna get real deep. Hold on, Sparkle. Before we go down that rabbit hole, because I know y'all about to go there, right? Right? Because you got to come to the defense of women. I get it.
No, I wasn't going to actually.
Okay, but I'm gonna just say this, just really quickly. You know how easy this is to figure out what the women would do.
Awesome.
So back in the day, right, when there were women had less jobs, and in our community, basically what they was doing was like housekeeping type of jobs, right, working in white people's houses, stuff like that, right. But when they had those type of jobs or no jobs, right, homemakers, right,
they were married.
How many kids?
Yep,
5,
whole
6,
tribe.
7, 8, 9, 10 kids.
Yep.
Now that they working and they understand what it takes to make $1, right, and how tough resources are, 2 kids, right? They averaging 2 kids because they ain't trying to have to take care and share all those resources with no kids. Now that they started earning money, what else went up? Baby deletions. Because I ain't trying to have to take care of it. You know what I'm saying? So I think it'll be the same thing if you remove all the men. They're gonna be like, look, some of us could do this, some of us can grow, some of us can change oil, some of us can do all these other things, but we can't do it for all you heifers. There's gonna be a lot of bear traps set.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna
start eating each other.
Right. That's why I said I believe 30% will be killed off.
I just don't think no matter how many you put together. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. If there was a group of 10 or 20 men by themselves having to survive, the difference between you guys and women is that very quickly you guys would establish who the head man is, who's gonna lead the troop, who's gonna delegate the tasks, and who's gonna get it done. Because men, as much as you guys lead, you're also quick to fall in line and be the leader if need be. Now with women, there'd be a bit of toing and froing of, well, I want to be in charge and I want to run things and da-da-da. You'd get a little bit of that, but then you'd have some woman that would put her foot down and say, hang on, no, this one's going to do this, that one's going to do that. Eventually somebody will take dominance.
I believe that.
But the difference is we do a
fighter.
lot of talking about it and toing and froing, so we would take longer to reach that point.
But beside that, what about the heavy lifting? What about the heavy lifting? Wait, hold on, John the Baptist. What about the heavy lifting? What about the heavy lifting and the skilled trade?
I can answer that one too. Now,
and the skilled trade stuff. Have you ever wait? Before you answer that, have you ever watched the episode of Naked and Afraid or that other one where they put the men and the women out in the wilderness and they have them to survive? How many women have ever survived that challenge? 0.
Yeah, but again, here's the difference, right? To answer your question about the heavy lifting, we all know men are by and large stronger than women, right? So you guys could do a lot more independently than us. We'd have to pair up. We'd have to start working as a team to lift the heavy stuff and get it done. Men can do the heavy, hard-hitting physical labor independent of one another. We can't do that. If we're going to be honest, we'd need to get our heads in the game, throw the emotions out the door, throw the egos out the door, and get it done. Now, you have to think now, we're talking about this in our general dynamic. Men would do this, women would do that. But in a survival situation, your survival instincts will kick in and you'll stop with the shenanigans, and eventually you will have to get it done. But I do think it would take us women a bit longer to get it together.
Yeah, so everything you just said kind of also just reaffirmed that the women are going to die. That's what I heard.
That's what
I heard.
They're gonna die. And what sooner or later, and more so
That's
sooner
what
than
I heard.
later. Because they can't even reproduce.
However, a lot of men, let's be honest, there are a lot of men who their sole motivation is women, either to get some women, to get women in bed, whatever.
That's
so there's
true.
a lot of men who would flounder without women to get it.
No,
going.
they would just make a fifi like in prison. They'd just make fifis.
Well, listen, this whole conversation is a nightmare.
Lotion would be at an all-time high. Lotion would be at an all-time high. The stock in lotion.
Hey, we built. Hey, in Japan, they are building sex robots. I mean, we can build you.
I don't want.
All right, listen, next question.
I can't do that one.
Next question.
Once that comes out, a woman that don't talk or only say the stuff you want her to say is always available.
No, man, I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I love women, man. I can't.
If that's the case, like, okay, so all the women.
How you gonna get the robot pregnant?
It's over for you, ladies.
Do what I say. The woman robot pregnant.
However, you guys are talking about things from a very industrial situation. If this was on a desert island situation, your typical housewife is probably going to know what to do with a coconut and a fish a little bit quicker than a man might. Just saying.
No, because it's a whole different thing from ground for when it's alive. It's a whole different thing getting it from the store than when it's alive. What are you talking about?
My talking point.
Somebody made this point. Hold on.
I'm
Somebody
trolling.
made this point earlier. Men created the very world in which women can even do things. Have you ever thought about how you gonna get the coconut? How you gonna get the fish? First,
I'll find me a spear.
So that's
you're gonna find a spear, or you gonna make a spear.
You gotta realize the simple fact that men manipulate the earth with their hands. We have to wait. Hold on. We have to create the tools for women to manipulate earth and matter. Men can manipulate all that stuff with our bare hands.
Right.
Yeah, very true.
And we created technology and we created the world so it's easier and more convenient for everyone, especially women.
You do
say
y'all think
y'all can do it. Y'all just think y'all can do it because they did everything. Because we did everything for you,
and we make it look easy.
If we're going to be honest, Western men and women who haven't had to live in a back to basics lifestyle where they hunt or whatever, we would all struggle.
But wait, hold on. You can't include that with Western men because there's enough Western men. There's enough Western men to where we can do this.
We'll figure it out real quick. I'll tell you that much.
Wait, hold on. She's Sparkle. You're contradicting yourself. Sparkle, you're contradicting yourself.
Right.
The feminism coming out.
So let me make this statement. Men are soldiers. This is why I don't even talk to men in these spaces. Do you not understand? Men are so purpose driven that we will band together and fall in line. Men are soldiers. All you got to give them is a purpose. Even the most useless dude that is able-bodied is more useful than the woman that knows everything. Because once you tell him this is what the purposeful men are doing, fall in line or die. He's gonna fall in line and learn whatever he has to learn. In a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, you can teach that man to fish.
5
days. You can teach that man to
2
stand
days.
guard. You can teach that man anything. Boot camp is 8 weeks long.
At the very least, he'll be lifting up the
you can let
trees
that
and
person
stuff to
protect
help
your
build.
country.
But serious question, Mike, because these days there's a lot of men who are hyper emotional and feminine. Do you think the same applies to them men?
Hold on.
I'm asking the question.
That man who is feminine, when he got around a bunch of men trying to get a task done, he would either gonna get checked real quick. When I mean check, y'all know what I mean. We're gonna have to put him in line, or he's gonna get excommunicated out of the community.
Yep.
We will literally beat the feminism and the bitch out of a dude.
Yep.
Yeah. We will.
Sisters, they have
No.
When
When it's a survival, when the shit hits the fan and it's aliens and it's predators coming, there will be no bitch ass men.
And there will be no arguing
Yo,
either. I don't
You
know.
won't even.
Yo,
But
Joe
here's the
said
thing, though.
men would be
You won't
arguing.
even.
No, we wouldn't.
If you even sniff a dude with a Bulls hat on, you would check him real quick.
Here's
I
the
have
thing,
a
though.
question.
hold on.
You wouldn't
Hold
even
on.
have
Let's
to.
get PhD
Right?
in here. Another lady came up on the panel, so I'm pretty sure she got some smoke for the stuff we've been
No
saying.
smoke.
So,
I actually just kind of wanted the men's thought, like on a spin to your question, if all the men, disappeared or transported to some other planet or whatever. Okay, what would happen if only all the black men disappeared? How would that impact
what would
everyone?
You wish.
Wow.
You wish.
You wish.
I feel sorry for all these white women.
Do you know?
She
what's
does
actually
wish.
funny
She
about
does
that
wish
question?
that, Sparkle.
No one
you know
wished
what
that, honey. I
actually
asked a
funny?
question based on the hypothetical that was
Hold on,
presented.
hold
So
on.
if
No, we didn't
society
make
was
that
going to collapse,
Hold
if
on.
all the men leave, is
Wait,
What do you
society
think would
still
happen?
going to collapse
I
if all
have.
the black men leave?
No,
What do
no,
you
I got a
what do you
question.
think would happen? What do you think would happen?
Fellas, let's go
I'm
in
asking
order.
y'all. Y'all
I
just
will
came up
start.
with all these fantastic
Hold on.
stories about men
Hold on.
leaving. So now, if only men who look like you left,
Yeah.
what would
Hold
happen
on.
to the
I
world?
got
I think we should
got a
have to
question.
answer that.
I'm sorry.
Really answer
I
that.
got a answer for that. We can go around and we'll start with me. First off, the U.S. economy would fall into recession, damn near depression. That is a economic fact. Spending alone, the U.S. will go into probably something they could never recover from. You cannot lose that many people in your population and financially recover from it. Next, who else?
18 million people? You can't lose 18 million people?
No, what?
There's
no
more
country in
than
the world
18
can lose
million.
When
18 million.
especially when like black men's unemployment costs the economy 50 billion every year.
You mean like black
What
women's student
it
loan
doesn't
debt
matter what
costs more than
unemployment
that,
costs.
almost $1 billion?
What is the, hold on. What
Student
is
loan
the
debt doesn't
spending
cost the
power?
economy.
Okay,
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does.
Welfare
push it,
itself costs
PhD.
80 to 50 billion a year.
This will make the
What
conversation
does the
interesting.
spending power? So here's the funny thing about black people. It's actually a gift and a curse. Literally, all black money goes out into the economy. It doesn't stay in and circulate within the community.
That's why they should do reparations.
Money that's infused directly back into the economy. So $1 trillion spending power. Let's stay focused on that. 50 billion. You can subtract your 50 billion from that trillion. What do you got?
See, I was thinking about this.
But y'all always say women are the consumers, so black women are the ones with all that doing all the spending, right? Y'all say we the consumers, y'all are the, I guess, savers and
we make more though. We make more. We earn more.
However, you got to think
you earn a couple thousand more.
No, we earn way more than a couple thousand. There wouldn't be a such thing as a wage gap. There wouldn't be a such thing as a wage gap, and they wouldn't be complaining about wages. No, but white men are 55 and black men are 51. So what are we really talking about? Yes, yo, he showed you the stat.
Hold on.
Hold on. Hang on, but you guys are
PhD, spending wise, when you say the word spending, you also have to lump in consumer debt. They're spending money they don't have. So you're saying women spend more. No, they spend money they don't got.
They're still spending it though. Like the thing with student loan debt, it sits there and it stares at you. It's really a number, on a computer for the most part, unless they decide to like come after you for it. So
but it goes against the national deficit. What are you talking about?
Don't feel that.
It's government funded, so it goes against the national debt. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I think we're based on her question, we're fighting the wrong argument. We're having the wrong conversation here.
I agree.
Or I'm not understanding it. So ask your question again, please.
Why?
No, hang on a second. You guys are focusing on the financial aspect. Let's, if we're going along with Mike's analogy of every guy leaves, and let's say that there was no.
She said every black guy.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say every black guy leaves, and there's no way of new black men coming back in. Then the one thing that's worth more than gold, melanin, is going to die out. That's a serious thing.
That's a good
point. Right. That's a good point.
That's worth more than any money you can mention.
Exactly. That's what I was going to get.
Wait. Okay, so let me take that. Can I take
God
that
gene would leave the earth.
People are the only
black man leaves the earth. The God gene leaves the earth.
Now, like, are you trying?
Listen. The world would be a cold, messed up
now
place.
we're making things up.
There would also be no such thing as the American black woman. Or
The
the married
God
black
Gen
woman,
leader.
because nobody
Right.
else lined up to marry y'all ass.
No
That's
black
it.
woman would die out. Black
Let
woman would
me
die
try
out.
to
They would
answer
just
the
be
question.
desolate. The
Let me answer the
outcasts of
question. Let me answer
society.
the question this way. Let me answer the question this way. I think it's a flawed question, but I'm answering it anyway. If
How's
you
it
take away
flawed? It's
all,
the same question that you all asked
hold on,
about all the men
no,
leaving. So if only you left, what would
It's
happen?
not
no,
the same
I'm going
question.
to tell you. So I'm going to
The
tell you what's
whole
going to
country
happen.
will lose its way.
If every culture is ran by men, it's set by men, and women carry on the culture. So therefore, if all the black men left, there would be no more black culture. So therefore, there would be no more black women.
Ultimately, the black society, the black family, the black community would just be integrated into
Well,
life,
let me chime in.
and we would
But let
lose
me
it.
chime in
No,
on
there
that
would be
one.
no more black culture. There would be no more black culture.
Well, hold on, brother. Oh, you know, yeah. Let me chime in on this as well. I mean, even though it's a crazy ass question,
laughing, bro.
it's a crazy ass question. But the bottom line is, what's going to happen is the black women will just go over to Zaddy, and they'll just do, you know, just the men who are left is just going to have their way with them. It's as simple as that.
That's
And
it.
and you'll probably be fit, feminine, and all the stuff that y'all don't want to give to black men, you'll be giving it to Zaddy.
Hey,
And
listen,
that's
you
probably
preaching
what's
to the
going to
choir.
happen.
She loves
Listen,
it.
So,
She's preaching to the choir.
it's
That's her dream.
interesting
That's her
when
dream.
y'all
100%
talk
Preaching to the
about
choir.
all the
Did
men
he handle
leaving.
that?
Order
It
on the
was
panel.
society gonna collapse. You know, you ain't gonna have, you know, people to do this, or men to do this, you know, technology, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but if only y'all leave, then it becomes, you know, crazy stuff like God G
Well, you
leave.
change the
Oh, the
scenario.
culture is
no,
gonna
but hang on, hang on.
Right.
You change the
Order on the
scenario.
panel.
We
Order
just
on
telling
the
you
panel.
what
Nobody's
happened.
acknowledging.
Okay,
That's
so
why
I
I
think,
said.
okay, so point
We'll take
taken.
care of the
Yes.
black woman, though.
All right.
They
The
mentioned
Mexican women,
She's
the
the
Mexican
number
men
one
got to take
funniest
care of
person.
The
theirs.
host is
White men got to
speaking.
take care of
Flat
theirs.
out.
Hold up.
A black
Yeah,
Super
but they
chat break.
Hey,
mentioned
wait. Hey, yo.
they
Mike is talking.
Super
Y'all
chat break.
respect.
Jonathan Barreville, $5. That can never happen because most black men let P run their lives. The first opportunity to get some box would have all these men breaking code. Yeah,
No.
it would be the rapture. It would have to be the rapture.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's what you said. You
Yeah.
did say the rapture. You did say apocalypse. So it's
Well, yeah,
we
or
never
they
choice in the
get
situation.
no. In war, the men are going to get killed off, so that could happen that way as well.
Hey, listen, we've been through that and we still survived. That's why, we've been through that. That's how, we've been through that 400 years,
Why
anybody,
y'all not
and
up
we
here
still
laughing,
here.
bro?
We still here. They can't take us out. Period.
The premise of the question would have you believe that the absence of all black men is meaningless.
Well, I mean, either way, she's trying to trigger us. I mean, you know.
No. That's the premise of the question. The premise of the question is there are enough men.
That's why I gave an intellectual answer to the question.
Right.
Because remember, I said all men leave. There are men still here. Society's gonna thrive. That's what men do. So yeah, you said black men. Well, guess what?
I feel
Be
like
prepared
you missed out on the
to
point.
your home to be worthless.
The sisters
If
don't really
society in
understand
depression,
how valuable we are.
Hey, yo, y'all got to give
this
her,
society.
tip your hat off to her. She trilled for coming up here saying some shit.
That's not drill. That was just
Not drill.
You missed out on the opportunity that a lot of the sisters really don't understand our contribution, bro. They really don't understand how much of effect we have on the society.
Hold on, DMP. What percentage of men today can jumpstart a car without Googling how to jumpstart a car? It's a valid point. Well, that's what I'm saying. We can no longer, in this society, really be down on men for not knowing anything, because I can teach a man anything. He's going to learn anything. We all have skills as long as you got muscles. I'll take it.
Trial and error.
You got a brain, you got muscles. You can speak. You're useful. That's what men do. That's how society got built. In fact, these boys whose fathers been killed at war, died from famine, died from starvation, didn't even have men to teach them how to recreate a society, but yet here we are. Men will learn. Period.
Yo, can you mute his mic, Trigger Mike?
They'll figure it out.
Where?
I don't know, whoever laughing.
We will quickly establish the pecking order. That is true.
That's to say, whoever's laughing. I don't know who's laughing. Who is you? Who's laughing?
Truth.
Okay, Truth. Can you mute Truth's mic?
Yeah, Truth. Stop laughing. Hold on. Jonathan Barronville, $5. What percentage of men today could tell you what a radiator is without looking it up? What about an alternator? What is their purpose? There are enough men that know. JB,
Yes.
there are enough men that know.
I could tell you, JB.
JB, $10. I like PhD, but she really knows how to keep y'all on y'all toes and triggered. Well, she did that indeed. You right. Spencer Campbell, $5. The disrespect and over talking on this panel is crazy. I'm gonna get some sound effects though. You're right, Spencer Campbell. Appreciate that super chat, brother. All right, so back on topic now. Before we get out of here for today, one thing I do want to know: we going back to our women, PH Diva. We can do the whole thing again on the part 2 about men. What ethnic group of women would survive the longest from the scenario we talking about? If everybody split off into their own groups, because that will actually happen. You have to know that it's that classroom thing where I'm just going to go with the people that look like me. What ethnic group of women will survive the longest? Give a quick explanation as to why. Marriage, politics, and sports. You first. All right, he's not available. CEO DMP. What ethnic group of women will survive the longest and why?
I mean, I'm just keeping it honest. I think black women, and because they're black women, they're members of my race, you know, and I believe that we are the superior race. And I believe that if any woman could survive or would survive, it would be my women. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion.
You bet. Enter Black Dragon. What? Yeah.
I was just thinking about it. I would have to say maybe women of Asian orient, because they're taught discipline, that their culture is still raised on traditional values and discipline. I think the traditional mindset will beat out modern mindset like 9 times out of 10 when the shit hits.
Remember, our women were able to keep it together to some degree through slavery, Jim Crow, all of
Yeah,
that.
hold on, fam. Yeah,
who has met that type of resistance?
Yeah, hold on, fam. Hold on.
Who is
it? Who's next?
Me.
Israel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I that's what I was gonna say. That's why I said hold on, because you stole my shit. No, you stole it, fam. I was gonna say the same thing. Don't say my stuff. Hey, look, no, for real. All jokes aside, I think black women would be the ones to survive out of all the women. The reason being is some of the things that he named. We've been through so much. Yo, we are the oldest people on the planet. We are the ancestors on the planet, and so black women have been there with us. It's been black men and black women. So, yo, yes, they have the resiliency. Yes, they can survive, but they need us. It's interdependency in order for our race to survive. So, yeah, black women.
Bet. No podcast. What ethnic group of women would survive the apocalypse without men?
You skipping, John?
Oh, you said without men? Wait. You said without men? I didn't hear without men.
Well, the same scenario we had. Men are gone.
Oh shit! No, none of them must. I didn't hear without men. None, zero, none. They would last longer, but they all gone. I didn't hear.
Yeah, the longest. Who would survive the longest?
They would survive the longest, but it's a wrap for all of them.
Yeah, it's still the same scenario.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Who did I skip? John. My bad. John the Baptist.
I'm kind of glad you skipped me because I didn't understand the question, but now y'all just made it clear. Because I'm like, yeah, you saying without men? Yeah, with all the men were gone. Who would survive the longest? Yes, black women would survive the longest, but they would.
Podcast, you there?
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to say the Asian women, right? Because the Asiatic women, because I believe that they are more qualified to manipulate the land and things like that. But then I wanted to say Hispanic women too. Just because I think they look good, but
what's looking good when there's no men? There's no men, so why look good? Go ahead.
He's just trolling me. You know how big. He gotta give a real answer.
My heart just wants to say Puerto Rican, right? But I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna go with the black women, but I'm gonna go for a different reason because I think they're gonna woman king that thing. I think they're gonna subjugate the other women, right? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna kill off enough women so that they don't have to share up so much of the resources. Then they're gonna enslave the other women, right? And they're gonna subjugate them and have them working for them and all the rest of that. I really think that was what would happen. We keep saying they masculine. Don't change the story now. They're gonna remain masculine.
They're masculine minded and masculine acting. They can't be masculine. They're not men. But good, everybody. PH Diva, who you got? This is gonna be interesting. I want to know.
I also think black women, just because I think, like, if we're looking globally, there are lots of black women around the world who still live very, like, closely tied to the land. So I think that Black women would survive longest.
Got you. Callie Bev, who you got? Which ethnic group of women is surviving the apocalypse without men?
Black women are, because we've been through more stuff and we still here and still ticking. I came up here though to acknowledge that someone said that I forgot who it was. I think it was John the Baptist. They said that without Black men, our culture would no longer exist or whatever, or it would go away or something like that. I just want to say thank you for acknowledging that the reason why our culture is as degenerate as it is, y'all's words, not mine, is because of Black men.
So you actually did not. You actually did not. You actually said you had a hub, but you didn't have a hub.
Drop the mic.
She got to drop the mic. Callie,
Callie
you
Bev,
terrible
you
for
ain't
that
gonna drop
one.
the mic.
You
After
terrible for that one.
you see how terrorists do? They drop bombs and fly away. You see how terrorists do?
They drop fake bombs. They drop fake bombs and go away. That's
there's a difference between Black culture and female culture, right? Men don't have anything to do with them lashes or that weave or them BBLs or that attitude, that belligerence. Like, we don't have anything to do with that. So those are two different things.
And what she failed to realize is that Black culture, what she assumes is Black culture, is like men are culture. So therefore, everyone on this panel, we are the culture. Trigger Mike, he sets the rules for his house, for his family. I'm sorry, I can't get my glasses on. I really can't see. Marriage and politics. All these men up here are the men, are the culture. It's like we set the standard, we set the example. So therefore, if we go away, y'all have no culture.
Absolutely incorrect. Especially when y'all spend so much time focused on what we're doing and emulating what we're doing, right? So Black women came up with
emulating
Black
what
magic,
Black women are
and
doing?
then Black men came out with Black boys toys.
Who's emulating Black women?
We gotta let her speak.
Black women started doing the soft life thing, and now Black men doing the soft life thing. So everything we do, all two steps behind us, doing it for yourself. So
we skip Mr. Payne.
What men do you know do soft? What men do you know? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Look at social media. Like, go on TikTok. They're all over TikTok, probably Instagram. There's stuff floating around everywhere with Black men, with plants and, facial masks on their face.
What the?
I don't think Black men got any of that from Black women. Now, let's just be clear. Black
women started talking about soft life, yes. And then Black men, you started seeing Black men talking about the same thing.
No,
that's only moist. That's only moist toilets that do that.
There's a lot of moist toilets out here. Then you see them calling themselves city boys. So it's and these are just small playful things. But y'all be watching what the women do.
Hold on, let me get to the my answer on the thing. I honestly, so that's weird because I hear what y'all saying that Black women will survive, but y'all left out a bunch of facts in that. It ain't got nothing to do with Black women's brashness. So I'm gonna be honest with you. For so many people to say Black women, I don't know if that's supposed to be a good thing. I think
it's not good.
Yeah, I think y'all immediately reverted to how harsh and how
No.
I think
Black women are like roaches. They're like roaches. They just ain't gonna go. No, I'm just
what?
I don't think that translates into knowing how to survive a harsh environment without men.
I think some of y'all mind went to how aggressive, people have known Black women to be and thought they were going to survive. That might actually be the reason they die quicker. Remember, they are at most 7%. Without us, they're at most 7% of the U.S. population. That means if they don't fall in line, they're going to get stomped the fuck out. This is a survival situation. Okay, so white women, that would mean that they're about 20 to 21% at most. Hispanic women, like exactly. So you ain't gonna out bully these women who outnumber you by such great numbers. So that's why I'm like, why are y'all saying Black? This is a survival situation.
You skipped over Mr. Payne.
But the reason, but Trigger Mike,
everybody is done with all of this. Has anybody forgot that Native American women know how to do all the stuff that we talked about?
That's
Has
black
anybody
women.
forgot about them?
Those are
Only a
black women
handful of
too.
them, though.
So Trigger Mike, the reason why I said yes, the reason why I said black women will last longer, for the simple fact that I think they would do a good job of assimilating to other cultures. That's why I think it would be on their own. It would be, they would assimilate to others.
So you're assuming other races of women like black women. That's what you're saying.
I'm just saying, you asked the question, who would last longer? I'm saying I think the black women would, because they would have, not because I think they're going to just be smarter out for the other women. I think they're going to assimilate to try to last longer, to attach to what they do.
Cody, we love black women. Stop that damn propaganda. We love black women.
The question not about it's not about
black women.
It's not about love. This question's not about love right now.
No, I know John the Baptist. Cody keep putting in the chat that we hate black women. That's what I'm addressing. I'm messing with Cody.
My bad.
I just don't see how any of that translates into survival. And that's what I'm saying. Survival without the men.
How negative we are on the sisters, like getting caught in that gender war. Because if you really know sisters as a nationalist, if you really know our race, you understand that we are, as black men, the strongest men on the planet. Who gives birth? So we come from them. They have our genetics. They are a strong woman, and they are very influential. They are very powerful, and they would survive. And matter of fact, they wouldn't even have to physically overpower other. They would literally, through influence, the other women would want to go along with black women because of the same influence that we have. Even come out of slavery, everybody want to follow our culture as black men and stuff. The women would influence. They would take over. They like, don't take that from our sisters because of this feminism shit.
Well, I'm not CEO. We're not CEO. We CEO. So we're not. The thing is,
our sisters are all forced.
No, hold on. You give it okay, and I'm not. This is gonna sound harsh, but it's the truth. I don't care what race the woman is. A woman has no culture or anything in them until a man puts it into them.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you take the men away, there's nothing in the women.
So you're saying a woman who's raised in a household with no father, a single mother.
You misconstrued the question. The question was if there were no men. If there were no men.
I got a way to stomp this question. I mean, to put this together real quick. Women take all of their culture from their men. They all secretly want to be men. They call each other bro. That without us, culture ceases to exist. Literally everything we do, every song, every piece of slang they have comes from us. They don't want to be themselves. They secretly want to be us. Without the dominant culture to even stand in for them, they will lose their way of life completely.
Okay, can we get back to what CEO said? Can we just get back to what CEO?
A lot of gay men and black women make up a lot of slang.
Well, hold on. CEO
Wait,
had
trying to be like who?
But that's not something that Ben came up with.
Okay, listen to me. What female rapper raps in a soft voice when you hear them talk? The voice that they talk in. Absolutely none. Who are they trying to be when their face looks like this? When they're rapping, they're trying to be like the men.
That's just like mannerism.
Okay, but so all slang don't come from rap music, right? So it can come from other things.
Well, let's get back on.
So people were saying stuff was on tweet. A little young black girl came up with that, talking about her eyebrows, and so other people adopted it.
And let's get back on the topic on the question though, because I do believe that even though black women might be 7%, there is a thing as influence and the most powerful. So I would believe that a minority of women could take over in leadership. I mean, that's how the white people took over the world, right? They never were in abundance, but how did they do it, right? So if we're just talking about, just let's say the modern black woman, right? One of the problems they do have is that they like to assimilate with in the Western culture, and that's been their problem with feminism. But if they had to stand on their own as a group of women, knowing about the Hispanics and the whites, I think they do pretty well at 7%, carving out their territory. I think they would. I really do.
I think they would assimilate, like you just said, they would assimilate.
That's basically what I said when I told
like
you.
Historically, did you know that as great as the population of European women are, when it comes to starting that movement of feminism, do you realize that they had to come over to black women to get that off? They needed black women
And that's
to help them
ridiculous.
do that feminism thing.
And that's ridiculous that our women have not jumped on
what
that
you keep
bullshit.
doing, CEO, what you keep doing is you keep trying to. Okay, you missed the main point of the question. Women are what they are because as you said earlier, the black men are some of the strongest black men in the world. So therefore, if you now remove us, we're no longer in the picture. If you get rid of us, there is no more strong women because they're strong because of us.
But you're not understanding that we are the same. Our genetics are.
We are not the same, bro. We are not the same.
They are black women, like we are black.
But they're
women.
not
We have
the same
genetics. Now you
No,
can say that
without us, they don't present as strong. I think that's what we're trying to say. It's
But
all of this.
but if we disappeared tomorrow, that doesn't mean they forgot everything we taught them.
Thank you.
I mean, you can't just say
That's what I
that.
was about to say.
Okay, but over time, if you take what's strong away, you cannot replicate that thing that's strong.
Right.
You can imitate it, but you can't replicate it.
Yeah, look at Scottie Pippen. Look at Scottie Pippen without Jordan, y'all. Come on, we have the example.
That's all they would need to do, though, is the point that
you're not gonna skip past that. You've seen Scottie Pippen without Michael Jordan. That's what he's saying.
Oh, they doing it now.
He was asking from going to the championship game by himself.
Look around. This is what I thought CEO was about to say this, right? But if you look around now, bro, like everything that you see these women doing, right? They put black women out there first, right? To say it's okay.
That's guinea pigs.
Being a single mom was a thing that was shunned upon. And then they put the black woman out there, right? So, I could be strong, single, and all of a sudden became a mantra for women, right? In general. So what I'm saying is that's what he's saying is that we saying the men gonna disappear, not they were never there. So part of that culture, part of that demeanor and all that is already in them, right? They're gonna imitate that long enough to assimilate enough women to get what they want out of the deal, which is to survive. That's what the way I see
those things represent what we're talking about.
Let me can I just add one thing? Let me just add one more thing, fellas.
Yeah.
One more thing. You know, here's what we're talking about. But let's just real quick, Trigger Mike. I'm gonna just say this. What we're really talking about is if black men and black women ever got back together, we could change this whole country with just being 13%.
That's a fact.
And that's what I believe.
That's a fact.
Marriage.
If we
I got
get it back together. That's a fact.
I got
that's a fact, John.
Wait. That needs to be an episode.
Let them say why he
That needs to be
disagree.
an
Let them say why he
episode.
disagree.
John the Baptist, go ahead.
Because what we got to realize, okay, so if men and women get together, I get the scenario what y'all trying to paint. What I'm trying to say is that women need to get with the black women need to get with the black men. Because
that's what he just said.
No,
I don't
he
disagree.
Said, no, it's.
But I meant with us being in leadership, brother. You gotta assume that.
No, I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to be clear because what marriage said was if black men and black women get together, no, not that men need to come to the middle. No, women need to come to us.
Right.
I hear what you're saying. I didn't say that. Maybe I didn't articulate it the way you wanted to hear it.
Yeah, but that's what he meant.
Well, I just wanted to be clear because that is a very big difference. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just wanted to be clear about what the message that was going forward.
I'm talking about with the leadership, the way you're saying it, brother. Yeah, John the Baptist.
No, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I just want to make sure we was clear on that. That's all I was trying to do.
Okay,
yeah,
so marriage is saying what needs to happen, and John is saying how it needs to happen.
Right.
That's what I'm hearing.
All right, so
makes sense.
Let me get to True Table. What's going on? Let me get to these super chats, then we're gonna add you real quick before we get out of here. Emancipated Negress. what? What a
well,
name.
Damn! If that name don't say it all.
Yeah. According to the stats, being that black men are out of the home, wouldn't you honestly have to say that black women are currently surviving without men? What stats are saying that black men are out of the home?
Oh my God, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there are new things, people coming out saying, well, black men aren't really outside of the home. They're just not married, but they living with the one. Like, so I don't know. We're gonna have to get
no, but the women aren't surviving though. They're not surviving.
Hey, wait. Take out government assistance. Are we still talking about the same thing?
It just even with the government assistance, they're not surviving.
That's what I'm saying. Are we still exactly? So who knows?
They're not really surviving.
Work. $2. Asian and Mexican women would
well, at least
survive
they're not thriving. Let me say that.
Right, they're not living right.
Yeah,
they're just surviving.
Take out the government. Are they even surviving?
Wait, why you gotta say Asian and
I don't think
Mexican?
most black women are on government, like are being supported by the government.
The lies you tell.
Yeah, they
The
are.
lies you tell. So you say these single mothers are
let me
not
rebut that
mostly
real quick.
Come on, man.
So the black women who aren't on government assistance, I think a certain percentage of them went to college. You needed government money to go to college. Your parents were
Hello.
rich.
That's called.
So are you still
student loans?
Fellowship.
Student loan debts.
Oh, fellowship. All right, PhD. We gonna let me woosah on you real quick. Hold on. The Gemini, $2. CEO DMP. I see them at Jiffy 2 typing. What is you know what?
Typing.
All right, bet.
Yeah,
bet.
not
Women
changing
can
no
change their
oil.
own oil. Now let's go to the real engineering. Timing belts, timing chains. Women still there?
Serpentine belts.
Exactly. Coil packs, spark plugs.
Engine repair.
Motor
repair.
Transmission.
Oh my
Transmission.
I got an answer for everything. Y'all make me sick. All right, Jonathan.
They worried about
$5.
if you got enough
they can
trunk
do it.
room to fit all their shopping bags. They ain't worried about nothing else in the car.
Jonathan Barronville, $5. Do y'all realize how sad it is? We go to these extremes just to somehow prove to ourselves and women that we're useful as men. That's depressing. So you see what I did here, JB. Me and JB are like, you see what I did here. I tried to make the case, like, because I figured even if we do this post-apocalyptic thing, they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight against us 100%. But all right, True Table, what you got on the topic? And I'm gonna ask the last question.
How you doing, gentlemen? Love the topic. I came in at the butt end, so forgive me. But what I did hear so far, which I agree with JB, is, we got black men on this panel trying to defend against our position. And the truth of the matter is that our women are a mirror reflection of what we either show them or don't show them. A lot of the chaos that you see is the fact that there aren't men guiding correctly. And the mere fact that we got men that are saying, well, our women can survive. We showed them this. Is BS. It's not true. Black women could not overpopulate in an apocalyptic example because they don't have the influence that you think they have. The mere fact that they're protected is because black men still exist. If they were outnumbered, I promise you that not only would the white women dominate because they have been taught how to build structure, they have been taught how to build managerial systems, and then the Hispanic being the working class. Societies only progress when you have a working class. And I would argue that the black women would be that working class because they do not have enough sense to even know how to combine resources, agreements to build structure. So you can't say, well, they're just genetically ours. They look like us. They may even sound like us. But our society struggles to even build structure. So I would really encourage brothers to stop being so touchy with this and stand strong on your square. Black women cannot progress past what black men create, period, ever, in any circumstance. And it's okay to say that.
Thank you, True.
All right, bet.
Amen, True. You preaching.
Hold on, real
Man,
quick.
please. These black girls will be out here dragging
asked
Hispanic girls and white girls by their head.
Don't listen to anybody. Don't listen to anybody named Cody or anybody with a Chicago Bulls hat.
Hey, do you see these women?
No, so while Cody has a signal, let him deliver his smoke. What you got, man?
What up,
Oh,
Cody?
that's shot smart.
What up, Cody?
Good thing I'm bulletproof, big dog.
No, I'm not throwing
Yes,
shots.
sir.
You literally were in the middle of your last
Israel.
one.
What's up, baby?
No,
What's
we
good,
did the
right?
introductions last
I'm
time.
good,
Let us get
big
it
dog.
out.
Go ahead. Rock.
I don't really I ain't got nothing to say about this bullshit y'all talking about. But what I was saying though is I'm talking about what was the topic on the
Damn.
That's a sign from God.
Hey, Cody, you breaking up, big dog.
That's why I wanted him to get it out.
Jesus is the light.
Why they freeze him like that?
Y'all gotta leave my homeboy alone.
I'm going on the screen. We got two freezes.
Cody
All right.
Code.
Two. We got the last question. All right. So PhD is up here, so you're gonna answer it a little different. You're gonna say what in your life, the women you want in your life primarily. Easy question, but I want to see where you go with it. Independent women or traditional women, and why? You got 30 seconds. Marriage, politics, and sports. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Independent women or
Traditional women, for sure. My wife is I've been married so long. My wife is traditional, 100%. So I'm lucky that way. I don't have to worry about it. But she lives in these independent times, so she's no pushover. She does everything for me voluntarily, and that's what makes it better. I mean, she caters to me, man. I'm spoiled as hell, man, in my house. And in return, she's got every fucking thing I own. She has a piece of.
That's
I mean, there's
beautiful. That's
nothing I
beautiful,
have
sir.
that she doesn't have that she couldn't take. So, but man, she takes care of. I don't even ask anymore. I mean, she just knows stuff, man. It's just, and one of the things when we were coming up and we were younger, she had that innate ability to be a woman and understand that she had to leave my ego in check no matter what. So I never had those problems. I mean, she didn't say, well, you want to, she just let me go. I mean, we on the beach. She had me some binoculars and she said, listen, okay, hey, here's the binoculars. You could look and shit. Here they go. But that's all you could do. But it was great. I mean, it's been, a lot of people get on and say marriage sucks and it's so hard and all that shit. To me, man, it's just complete bullshit. It really is. I mean, and anybody who says how hard marriage is, they really shouldn't be married because it's not. You got challenges, but it's something that you want to do. So if your spirit and your heart is into it, you should. You just survive hard times mean challenges to your marriage, not challenges between you and your spouse. Right. So if you believe in God, you got God up here and all that kind of stuff. But then your marriage, everything in the rest of your life is how it impacts your union with your spouse. How do you deal with your in-laws? How do you deal with your children? How do you deal with friends? How do you deal with other people? Does bringing these people into my life, does it impact my marriage? If the answer is negatively, then that can't happen. Those kind of things. And, so some of those things just got to be aware of. Don't let strangers in between.
Indeed.
And we're still 35 years in.
Hey, congratulations. Can I give you your flowers and salute you and say congratulations? And that's inspiring. You know what I'm saying? For real, all jokes aside, like 35 years, you should be celebrated. And I pray God continue to bless you and your wife and your marriage, man. Congratulations.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Kelly,
so
Kelly in the back. You coming up or what? Kelly. You still got something? Kelly? All right, come up when you're ready. CEO DMP. Independent women or traditional women? Why? 30 seconds.
Traditional women. And from my understanding, traditions and heritage and culture, it comes from best practices. As generation from generation, we figure out certain things that work for us, the certain things that have enabled us to survive and succeed and stay together and be strong. That is the stuff that we establish as our culture, those best practices. So independent women are ones who separate from our particular best practices, those things that we as a people have found enable us to survive and succeed, and they just do whatever they want to. They're willing to follow any trend and go along with anything anybody says and stuff. So it has to be tradition over independent women.
Bet. Succinct. That's what I'm talking about. Enter Black Dragon. 30 seconds. Independent women or traditional women, and why?
Traditional woman. I want my household to be traditional. Even though we live in a modern era, we may have to conform to the modern era outside the house, but inside the house, it's the mother, it's the father, it's the children, it's the family structure. It's cooking at home sometimes. It's spending Sunday dinners at the house around the table, building all of these foundational structures for yourself, for your woman, and for your children, to pass that on from father to children and from your grandparents to your grandchildren as well. That's something that you can control within your house. You can't really control modern society, but you can control your household.
You mentioned Sunday dinners. That's what we do. That's a tradition I started at my house. Get the kids, even the one that left the house, she comes over every so often, and we eat at the table. We make sure we just get these conversations. It really makes a difference.
Bet. John the Baptist. I don't even see how a man who calls himself John the Baptist is about to have any other different answer, but I'm going to indulge myself.
If I had to pick, I'm going to pick a modern woman. Psych. Nah. Nah. 27 years ago, I chose a traditional woman. 27 years now, today, I would choose a traditional woman. 27 years from the future, I would choose a traditional woman. It's never going to change. Care what time period I'm living in, I don't care what culture we're living in. And the reason why is because when I go out into the world and I got to fight the world, I want to come on and fight my wife too. I need peace. I need to be able to lay my head down in between her breasts and just have peace, and not come home and fight and be in contention.
Is this podcast or John the Baptist?
No, I'm being real. I'm just.
Yeah,
that was not meant to be fun. That was meant to be real. It's like I need to be able to come home and not fight you. Can I come home, enjoy my family, the kids we produce, and the house that we built together? Can we just enjoy this? And then when I go back into the world on Monday, now I'm ready to fight again because I done relaxed, I done decompressed, I done had good food. I'm good now, and that's why it's so important to me. I don't want to go to work and fight and come home and fight.
Hey, now listen. Let me speak on this real quick, okay? That lay in the head, ladies. That lay in the head on your chest, literally between it, like the ear got to be in the crevice. It's so vital to a man. I've never been jealous of my 3-year-old son until he started hogging my time. That's mine. Move your little lad. You literally. Boy, let me tell you, I'm not even going to get. Ladies, just know it's real. All right.
Yeah.
We decompress there. Okay. Podcast. Independent women or traditional women, and why? Or why?
So if you're forcing me to pick between the two, I'm picking independent. That wouldn't be my first choice. It would probably be another word I would use, but and the reason why is because I ain't no woman's father. I'm not here to take care of you like you my daughter. I'm not paying for no coochie. I'm not paying for your love. I'm not paying for your attention, your affection. I'm not paying for any of that. So I would prefer it if we both built together and, did our thing and got to where we was trying to get to in life together. But so if you're forcing me to pick between the two, and I'm gonna have to go with independent.
So can we ask what he would pick then, just so I know, just so I can know.
Oh well, yeah, I would pick Proverbs 31. I love that chick. Now that chick was
what?
That's a traditional woman. That's the very
traditional woman.
A virtuous woman is a definite traditional woman.
Yeah, virtuous woman, exactly.
That's a traditional woman.
What's the bad Proverbs woman again?
Proverbs 31, the virtuous woman made money. She was not no homemaker. She was
a homemaker.
Yeah, she was a homemaker.
She was a homemaker, literally.
Woman. Okay, now I remember. Proverbs 31 is a do-it-all woman.
She's literally a homemaker.
She's a homemaker.
Say it again.
She's a homemaker. She makes money.
I mean, you can call her that, but this is what I'm saying, bro. Can we not do the semantics thing? We know that when we say the word traditional, and when we hear the word traditional or homemaker, what we think is non-working woman. That's what we think.
That's not what we think at all.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Let me. In fact,
okay, so you
podcast might be right. The young people listening, when they hear traditional, they get scared, especially when it's a bunch of married dudes or polished dudes. They get scared. Let me clear that up for people. Traditional does not mean old. It does not mean antiquated. It means standard. It means standard. There are standards by which relationships, most notably marriages, are supposed to work. If your husband says you are a helpmeet and help means work in this season, that's what you do. The do-it-all woman is traditional. She's not independent because you do whatever is required of you from your husband.
Right.
That is traditional. Your adherence to what he said is traditional. That is standard. That's what it means. The standard for you is to listen to your husband. If you follow whatever standard he put together, makes you a traditional woman. If you are listening, so it don't mean old. It don't mean that's what we used to do back in the 60s. It means standard.
It don't mean slave.
Yeah.
So watch this. But this is what I'm saying though. This is what I understand. What we got to do is one Google search. Traditional housewife means heterosexual females from around the world advocating the traditional values of the past, the reverse being stay-at-home parents or housewives. That when you say that word, that is what in general people are going to think. Just because you all are, hold on, damn.
Go ahead.
Just because you all are 6 figures PhD holders, bro, the rest of the world ain't on y'all level. They don't think like y'all think. And when they hear these words, they think woman gets to stay at home and sit on her ass.
But
that's what they think when they hear those words. So that's what I was responding to. What is known to the people in general, not just you.
Podcast. And that's why I wanted to find out. That's why I want you to expound on what you was thinking. Because you still had to pick between 2 words that you wouldn't use.
Yeah,
I want to understand your.
That's why
I want to understand your. And I want to understand your thinking. That's why I want to ask you.
We gotta keep y'all about to make me late to pick my baby girl up.
Gotcha.
PH Diva. Since you are a woman, can you tell us if you would describe yourself as an independent woman or a traditional woman, and why? 30 seconds.
Well, so I will say what I would rather be, or I can describe myself probably more of an independent woman. If being a traditional woman means that I have to go by somebody else's standards, I'm not being traditional and then also needing to work outside of the home. So either we doing it all the way, as the definition is written, or then we ain't doing it at all.
Can you say that one more time? You ain't being what? If it means you got to work outside the home?
Well, let me
traditional.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sis.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question real quick. Most women, not saying you, but most women are going to have to get with the average man. Are you willing to live under what the average man can provide?
No.
All right, then we're moving on. True table. Independent woman or traditional woman, and why?
Traditional woman. And the reason why is because traditions have been stress tested. So to the definition of what you're saying, it's not so much, I think we get misconstrued about this modernized living. And I really encourage people to do some history and research. It is the assumption that women in traditional times did not work. They did work. They didn't have necessary gainful employment. I remember my grandmother, she used to sell ice cream and snacks, and she did nanny work and all of those things. She didn't carry the load. But in the tradition, the man led that family. So I would pick a traditional woman because she's not going to be consumed with what I'm doing as far as leading the family. She's going to support me, which is the traditional role.
Bet. Succinct. All right, Israel, take us out. Traditional woman or independent woman, and why?
Definitely a traditional woman, because that's the woman I'll be able to build with. I believe I'm of a strong belief that it starts from the family structure in your house, and then you're able to build out community. So if you have a traditional woman with you, she like you know what I'm saying, she is your glory. She makes you look good. She builds up the status of your family, and people love to see that example, and then you could build a community from there. So definitely a traditional woman.
Indeed. I want to thank the panel today for coming on up. Always a pleasure. Please, everybody here, y'all are fam as far as the Trigger Mike show is concerned, and the Lapeef Network. Thank you for coming up and sharing. Today, we will be back tomorrow with a different topic. All right, y'all. Let me if you have not,
thanks a lot.
Please, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. If you have not, please make sure that you hit that like button. All right, and share this with your friends so people who can partake in this conversation may do so. All right, and hit that like button on your way out. I need to see those likes right up. And let me read these super chats before we get out of here. All right. I9 King Colin, $10. Independence defeats the purpose of femininity, effectively canceling out the purpose of being a helpmeet. That is correct. Jonathan Barronville, $5. Women in third world countries go to work every day and are still traditional. It's really sad how Western values are making society go downhill. JB, you already know we are like-minded. I could not agree more. All right, y'all. So overwhelming majority of men on the panel, and I think podcasts, he said independent, but he was talking about, you know, it could be determined whether he was talking about an independent woman or not. But men want traditional women. We don't want independent women. That is the overwhelming majority of men. Ladies, you heard it from the men, and we let them explain it to you. All right. So tonight we have Kelly Convos coming up. The show is The Importance of Financial Literacy. Make sure you tune in for that one on the Lapeef Experience channel. This is going to be a great show. I believe I'm on it as well, so we're going to get to talk about it. This is a very important topic for those of you who even want to begin to think about how to build a family legacy. Tonight on the Lapeef Experience, the importance of building a financial legacy. All right, that's Kelly's Bridging the Gap show. All right, Trigger Mike signing off. Please like and share. Hit the like button on your way out. We appreciate your time today on this topic. Independent women are not strong women. I believe we made the point. Not trying to take stabs at anybody, but you need to be interdependent. All right. Being alone is synonymous with being vulnerable. Being vulnerable is synonymous with being weak. We don't want a weak woman. Fortify yourself. Strengthen numbers. Until next time, y'all. It's Trigger Mike. I am out. See y'all later. Kelly Convo show tonight. Bridging the Gap. Be there.